Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for giving up your Sunday to come to the Revive Conference 2023, the largest yet. 600 people have registered, some people still coming in, that's fantastic. People have come from far and wide, different parts of Scotland. Some of us have travelled from our neighbouring countries, England. I come up from the south of England. One person has made an extraordinary journey all the way from Western Australia. What about that? Amazing. The question I always ask myself, and I think we all should ask ourselves at this point, is why are we here? Why have we travelled? And why have we given up our Sunday? There's always a reason for that. Sometimes it helps to go back to fundamentals. Now, we have a multitude of concerns, and I'm sure that you brought many of those with you, but ultimately, we are here because we understand the need for change. And there's no ambiguity about the fact that we need to change. Let's think firstly of broader issues, very much broader issues than some of those that we'll discuss today. We are precipitating climate breakdown. And if there were any ambiguity in anyone's minds, certainly in this part of the world, the flooding of last month would have surely brought that home to roost. We are beginning to feel the effects. They damaged people's livelihoods. They sadly took lives in this part of the world, as they do in many other parts of the world. And we all know now that we will have to address this issue if we want our species and many others to survive in a healthy, sustainable environment. We also know, and it will concern many of us here, that we are precipitating a mass extermination event. Now, sometimes it's termed as an extinction event, and the Earth has gone through a number of these before, catastrophic, up to 97% of life disappearing at some points. But this is an extermination event because it's all down to us. And that means that, we draw upon scientific research to qualify the speed and the scale of the declines that we're looking at. And without disappearing into a mess of statistics, I can tell you that since 1970, which for many of us seems like just yesterday, we've lost 69% of the world's wildlife. Now, the State of Nature report was published in September this year. It was the fourth in a line of reports that have been put together by an amalgamation of bodies who really do have their fingers on the pulse of the populations and distributions of UK species. I think we can say that we can speak with greater authority in the UK about the accuracy of that data than probably anywhere else on the planet. And that's down to the skills of many of you who are probably present today. Those who go out and take part in those regular, well-organised, critically analysed surveys. And the report made pretty dire reading, as expected. We are one of the most nature-depleted set of nations anywhere on the planet. And yet here we are, the most concerned. People who have given large proportions of their lives and energies over trying to address these issues. So we have to collectively accept that at this point in time, we've largely been losing. Now that might sound demoralising, but it isn't. Because whilst we have been monitoring those declines, we, and that's you, many of you present, have been putting together a portfolio of technologies, abilities, manifesting your energies, trying and testing techniques for nature repair, recovery and restoration. And they've been working. I had the enormous privilege of visiting Dundregan Trees for Life project a couple of weeks ago. Absolutely fantastic. Early stages, but clear vision, clear tried and tested techniques being implemented, positive benefits for wildlife, the landscape, and the people that live and work in that landscape. Ditto, of course, larger projects that have been running slightly longer, like Cairngorms Connect. So here in Scotland, we are looking at real solutions being implemented. But of course, not being implemented broadly enough and rapidly enough. And that's another one of those fundamental reasons why we are here today. Because we know that to turn that around, to turn the state of the UK's nature around, we need to have a far broader positive impact. And we know we can have it. There's no question about that. We're also here, I think, with an opportunity to celebrate some symbolic changes that we've instigated. Now, I said symbolic changes, not symbolic victories, because if I were to use the word victory, it might imply that we'd overcome an adversary. But I think this idea that we are on two sides of a debate, that everything's polarised, may be contemporaneous with other aspects of our politics and society and lives, but it's not one that Revive want to maintain in the areas of the work that they're doing. So a symbolic advancement came this week where the Scottish Government, that's not us here with a focus concerned about animal welfare, but the Scottish Government, thereby those who represent the people of Scotland, have intimated that in the very near future they will ban snares. I'd like to offer mine and our congratulations to many of the people that led the lobbying campaign. Many of those people are here. They've given enormous amounts of their time, effort and energy to draw together the information, present that in a presentable, rational way to those politicians, but also to the Scottish Government for making this significant advancement. Now, will it radically transform Scotland's landscape, the impact that that has on its wildlife and the people that live there? Broadly, no, because of the issues that I've already spoken about. Will a ban on snares have an impact on climate breakdown? Very, 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 very indirectly. So what is it important for? Well, what is it, its strategic, symbolic importance says is that here we have a body of people who've worked effectively to lead to a positive change. We have a receptive body of people, your government, that are going to instigate that change. It's part of a portfolio of positive movements. And I believe that as that portfolio builds and we get all of these small, significant advancements, they build a significant force that will at some point cascade to broader change. And then those impacts will be a lot more important. I'm not diminishing the importance of a ban on snares in any way, shape or form. It's something that I have to campaign for. It's a fantastic achievement. But it doesn't mean that we can sit back. We can celebrate at this point in time. So I'm actually going to ask you to do something. I suppose I'm presiding of the event, so I can ask you to do this. Yeah. Could you please be upstanding? I think we just need to show a little more support for those people that have done this brilliant job. Thank you very much indeed. Now, I mentioned that things can't stay the same. They can't stay the same. And one of the problems we faced is those that believe that the best way forward is for everything to stay as it was because as it was better than it is now. But as I've already pointed out, and I don't need to tell the people whose houses were inundated by water in the last month, or all of those people who've gone out on those surveys and found less things to survey, that things need to change. The problem that we face is that the human species is a remarkable organism. Intelligent, adaptable, resourceful, creative, imaginative. I could go on. We're pretty good, except that we're not very good at changing our minds. We're not very good at prevention, even when we have all the evidence before us that we should be instigating patterns and processes to make our lives easier. We find it, unfortunately, easier to not do anything until we have to cure a problem. But curing extinction is not possible. So at this point in time, we are trying to compel people to change their minds more rapidly than they wish to, because they're entrenched in a system which is broken, and it's easier, unbelievably, for them to want to stay in that broken system than it is to think, this is not a problem I'm faced with, but an opportunity. And there's another key difference. What we see as opportunities, other people see as problems. And part of our job now is to convert that, to show them that by making those changes, undertaking those reforms, that will be a positive benefit to them. Not addressing a problem, but seizing an opportunity. In terms of how we affect that, well, we have to campaign. Sometimes we have to protest. And there are, I think, a number of components that we need to think about in that process. I call them the 3 M's. Firstly, motivation, which is why I've asked you to think about what has motivated you to come here today. Something has compelled you to give up your time to travel here to play a role in this discussion. That's the motivation. Now, it might be that you're angry. It might be that you're scared. It might be that you feel a compunction to do good, a good that you have recognised. It might be that you're guilty, feeling guilty for not having done enough previously, and you feel that you want to catch up as quickly as possible. It could be a multitude of reasons, but there's always a motivation. We don't do things for nothing. There's always an underlying purpose, and understanding and respecting that motivation is really important. The second thing is method. How do we shape our campaigns, our protest, our activism to ask for change? What methods do we use? And if those methods are not working, why don't we change those methods? I mean, you could think, again, in the past, if we think about just one aspect that we will be discussing today, and that's the illegal persecution of birds of prey on driven grouse moors. In the past, we tried to work with that community, and essentially, for a long period of time, we were asking them for reform. That was going on for all of my younger life. We were asking them. We were trying to implement education. We were setting up partnerships. Okay, that method didn't work because the birds are still being killed and there's no ambiguity about it. So we have to change our method, and the method that we've sought to use is to ask for licensing of those moors so that if they misbehave, they can be properly regulated. So that would be an instance where we've changed our method. But I think too often, when it comes to instigating environmental or conservation change, we don't update our methodology rapidly enough. We are still tinkering around the edges, standing outside the room, being too timid. What is very clear at this point, in order to effect that restoration, repair and recovery, we need mandatory changes. And that's why we're moving towards licensing, and that's why we want a ban on snares, not a voluntary code of practice, because we run out of time. The last M is the message. So we've got the motivation, we are thinking about our methods, hopefully we're reshaping those methods if they're not working, but equally at the end of that, if we're campaigning, if we're activists or protesting about something, is the message getting across to those people who are going to be able to affect that change or instigate it indirectly, such as the ban on snares being instigated by the Scottish Government. If that message is not reaching its target, then we're not acting optimally, maximally, or effectively enough. And I would argue that that's another one of the legacies that our generations carry as a failure. We haven't acted rapidly enough, broadly enough, and we haven't got those messages to the right places at the right time. So that's something that we need to address once again. And the reason I mention this is because I think another cause for celebration today outside of the ban on snares and the move towards licensing and other aspects of landscape change that will be occurring here in Scotland, certainly on the cards, is that the Revive organisation is a very intelligent example of how contemporary conservation should be working. Revive is made up of groups that have concerns about animal welfare, about conservation, and about social justice, because it has recognised that we cannot look after the natural world without looking after the people that live in it. That is a realism that should have been grasped a long time ago. What Revive does is take all of the knowledge, all of the science, all of the research, and frame that in a way which is an opportunity, not a problem. Revive has your motivation, because you have been motivated to come here and support it today. It employs methods which are rational, realistic, sensible, sane, and well presented, and the message is clearly beginning to get across. Revive is a body of people who are working effectively at a critical time, and that's why I have been motivated to come from the south of England, and someone has been motivated to come from Western Australia this morning to support that, because essentially it's working. To tell us more about its origin and how well it's working, I hope, is Robbie Marsland. Now, I'm going to keep my bios to the speakers to bare minimum to maximise the time that they've got for speaking, because if you were at the last conference that we had, you'll know that some of the speakers had broken watches. And I know that some people at the end of the afternoon have trains to get to, so we might run over a little bit here and there, but rest assured we aim to finish dead on time at 5:30, so you won't have to run to the station. Right. In the previous 30 years, Robbie was the UK director of the International Fund for Animal Welfare and had senior positions at the RSPCA, Action Aid, and the International HQ of Amnesty International. Aside from that, I can tell you that Robbie Marsland is a bloody good bloke. Robbie.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you all for being here. This is clearly the biggest Revive conference we've had to date, as Chris rightly remarked. And yes, what I want to do in the next 10 minutes is simply just remind ourselves about how we got here and why Revive came about. It came about as an idea that we hoped would work. We didn't know it would work. Looking at this room, I would say it's working. I take it back to a meeting that I think I had with, and I blame a cabinet secretary called Rosanna Cunningham. I blame her for Revive, because I had a meeting with her about fox hunting, and we were campaigning for an end to fox hunting. I think that the new piece of legislation that came in a month ago will hopefully do that. But I had 5 minutes to spare at the end of the meeting. I talked to her about the idea that the League Against All Sports was thinking about looking at grouse shooting as the next thing. And I was a bit worried that was a huge issue and that it would be too difficult for us to take on. And I don't know if those of you who've met and spoken and know Rosanna, she's pretty straightforward in her style. And she said, I remember she said to me, I don't even know if I can ban grouse shooting, but if I can, don't tell me it's just a question of forestry and tourism is the solution. You've got to be a lot more detailed than that. And I went away from that meeting thinking, oh, right, okay, so it is broader than that. And I know quite a lot about animal welfare, and colleagues at One Kind who we were working with at the time knew quite a lot about animal welfare, but it began to dawn on me that there was a whole world surrounding grouse shooting, which included environmental and ecological issues, which we had no expertise in, and also on social justice issues in terms of access to the land and this sort of sense that an area half the size of Wales is set aside in Scotland to enable a small group of people to enjoy what they call a sport, which is shooting wild birds out of the sky. And that was a whole area which we knew nothing about. And that's when it started to dawn on us that what we needed to do was to talk to people who did know about those things. And I have to say that I, over the last 5, 6 years, have been on an enormous voyage of discovery. And I've had the privilege and the pleasure to be taken down that voyage by people like Andy Whiteman, who's with us today. He was one of the first people I sat down with and said, you know, we want to talk about grouse shooting, but it seems to be a much bigger issue than just an animal welfare issue. Andy was very encouraging and enormously helpful. Introduced me to Ruth Tingay from Raptor UK, who again introduced me to a whole area of the world and the interactions between birds of prey and grouse that I had no idea of before. And then I met a guy called Robin McAlpine, who started talking to me at length about how all of this was kind of like a metaphor for land reform. And I said, tell me about land reform, because I don't know anything about land reform. I know a lot about animal welfare, but land reform, and the more I heard about it, the more I realized that the campaign that existed in Scotland and the desire to look at this huge concentration of land ownership in Scotland was there, and it was in parallel with a desire by organisations like the League Against Cruel Sports to reduce and perhaps end killing birds for entertainment. And in my time, Chris was kind enough to point out that I've been involved in campaigns for far too long, and I've been involved in pulling together coalitions before. This was the easiest coalition I have ever had the pleasure and privilege of being involved in at the beginning. Everybody who spoke about it said, yeah, get it, I'm in. And that's how this unique coalition of animal welfare, environmental and social justice organisations started. And it started around the right time. That was the time that the Scottish Government had commissioned Professor Werity to do a study into and a review of grouse moor management. And so Revive was able to join in that dialogue. And one of the things it did was to share this analysis of what's going on in terms of grouse shooting. So I don't know what you think about shooting grouse and whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, the ethics of it, shooting an animal for entertainment. But what we've always said to people is, whatever your stance on that, have a think about this circle of destruction that it surrounds that activity, which is designed to ensure there is an overabundance of grouse to shoot for entertainment. If you're going to shoot hundreds of thousands of a wild animal, then you need to make sure there is going to be a reservoir, as they call it, to shoot next year. If you shoot them all, that's the end of your sport. So you have to make sure there's an unnaturally high number of grouse. And to do that, you put out chemical medication to stop grouse from getting a disease. You kill mountain hares. And I'm glad to say one of the first successes of the campaign was a ban on killing mountain hares. That was one of the very early successes we had. The mass trapping of wildlife is still going on. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of animals killed each year because they're thought to reduce the number of grouse, and they need to have more grouse to make sure their sport continues. Burning of peatlands, moor burn, huge issue. Moor burn is burned to make sure that there is more food for grouse so that there are more grouse to shoot. And unfair land use. I've already commented on that in terms of the sheer size of the land and tracks and roads which would go across the moors, and of course the killing of birds of prey. And this one, which is a key issue for Revive. Revive is described by the Scottish Gamekeepers Association as a wrecking ball. A wrecking ball. Now, my view is that what Revive is calling for is more jobs in the rural community, more access of local people to Scotland's land, and more chances of making an economic success of that land. And my hope is that in the future, the SGA, the Scottish Gamekeepers Association, will see us as a force for good and not a wrecking ball. I suspect I'm running out of time, but I just want to remind people of the publications that Revive has produced over the last 5 years. As Chris said, we've gone out of our way to make sure that not only do we describe the bad things about grouse moor management, but we've also gone out of our way to make sure that we talk about what jobs there could be in terms of economic development. And we'll hear more about that as we speak in the day, to go through the day. And also, if this will work, we've produced, because we live in a world of social media, not me personally, but so Revive has produced about 10 videos now, which illustrate the circle of destruction, and call on people to take action on behalf of Revive. And this is a fantastic audience for that. Revive has a pledge which you can sign online, which if you sign it, it also asks you if you would be willing for us to communicate with you. And then if you say yes, then you become a part of a mass army, sounds a bit militaristic, but of a mass array of people who are ready to take action when there are government consultations, when governments are about to make wrong steps, like perhaps not banning snaring, which in the past we thought they were going to do, but then have agreed that they plan to do that. And part of the reason was because of the number of people who've seen our videos online, who get the emails from us because they've signed up to Revive, and we say, quick, take action. We need action now. And of course, that's the strength of social media, is that we can reach out quickly, ask you to act. And your actions have been a major part of why snares will be banned in Scotland, and why the Wildlife Management and Muir Burn Bill, which is going through Parliament, will be stronger than it was going to be. So more power to your elbow. I'm so pleased that you've been a part of the campaign so far. It's a growing campaign. You have made it grow, and I'm just so grateful for you being here, and I'm so grateful for the actions that I know you will take on behalf of Revive and this unique coalition of animal welfare, environmental and social justice demands that we have. And thank you very, very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Robbie. So if you haven't already done so, please go to the Revive website. You can download those reports there, as well as signing up for the newsletter. I did notice on my way in on the Revive stand outside in the foyer, there are some paper copies of those reports. The reports are extremely well put together, researched and presented. They're very easily communicating their messages, amongst the best, actually, I think, that are produced at the moment. They're really, really good. Right, next up, we have Ruth Tingay. Her bio says here, award-winning conservationist, studied birds on 5 continents, birds of prey on 5 continents, particular research focus on endangered eagle species. But you all know her, I'm sure, because since 2010, she's been campaigning against the illegal persecution of birds of prey, and she writes the highly influential Raptor Persecution UK blog. Ruth is also one of the co-directors, along with Mark Avery and myself, of Wild Justice, a not-for-profit that we put together a few years ago to challenge the legislator in the UK's laws to protect wildlife and the environment, seek changes, or at least seek its implementation when it's not being done. And I would urge you to sign up to our newspaper. I would urge you, because Mark Avery sent me an email this morning telling me I had to urge you to do that. And since both Ruth and Mark are significant mentors of mine, I always do as I'm told. So please go to the Wild Justice website, that's .org.uk/newsletter/sign up to our website too. Ruth is not only a brilliant conservationist, rather like Robbie, only of a different sex, she's a bloody good woman. Here is Ruth.
down a little bit. So I've only been given 10 minutes this year because last year I spoke for about 40 minutes when I should have had 12. So I'm just going to crack on. So I wanted to talk, Robbie's talked a little bit about how Revive came about and how we've got to where we are now. I wanted to talk a little bit about how the Wildlife Management Bill came about and the role of satellite tagging golden eagles, what role that played in getting us to that bill. There's quite a lot of misunderstanding about satellite tag data, quite a lot of it deliberate misunderstanding, I'd say. So I'm going to give you a 10-minute crash course on how to interpret golden eagle satellite tag data, sort of. So this is the main report commissioned by the Scottish Government, published by some excellent scientists, Phil Whitfield and Alan Fielding, based on a lot of golden eagle satellite tag data. It's published in 2017. And this is the report that found all these eagles were disappearing in suspicious circumstances, predominantly clustered in areas that were managed intensively for driven grouse shooting. I should point out, I don't think that golden eagles are being taken out on every single driven grouse moor in Scotland. That's not the case at all. There's some very good estates, but these eagles in these particular areas were troublesome, and that's what led to Rosanna Cunningham commissioning the Werity review. So when this report was published in 2017, demonstrating that all these eagles were disappearing, satellite tagged eagles, so we knew exactly where they were disappearing, the opposition, particularly the gamekeepers, some of the landowning organisations, started this theory that it wasn't them that was killing or making these eagles disappear. Came out with this theory that it was wind farms. Wind farms must be responsible for all these deaths. And there was quite a lot of stuff in the media, in certain parts of the media anyway, pushing this rhetoric that it wasn't them, it was nothing to do with grouse moors, it was all to do with wind farms. So these are the people who have lobbied the Scottish Government for an exit strategy on white-tailed eagle reintroduction in case they eat Scottish children and babies, just to give you some perspective. So there's one claim in particular that I found quite interesting, and it was focused on Chris and I in 2019 when one of the golden eagles from a project that we were working on together, and a golden eagle called Fred, disappeared from next to a grouse moor in the Pentland Hills, so quite close to the Scottish Parliament. And we did quite a lot of publicity about it and got quite a lot of traction from it. And that annoyed a lot of people in the game shooting industry. And there was this claim that we were using satellite tags as a political weapon. And particularly, Scottish gamekeepers claimed, this is going back to that report that Whitfield and Fielding published in 2017, going back to claim that all the number of birds that they said were disappearing included cases where tags have fallen off or have malfunctioned. That's not the case at all. And hopefully, what I'm going to explain to you now will show you why that wasn't the case. So, when golden eagles are tagged, they're tagged by specialist taggers. We've got a few of them in the audience today, I think. I think there's probably about half a dozen in Scotland, half a dozen people who are qualified to do this. It's a highly specialised skill. And they're tagging these golden eagle chicks when they're between 50 and 70 days in the nest. They haven't yet fledged. So once the birds fledge, we don't usually see those birds again, but you could see on here, this is a satellite tagged bird. You see the aerial there. So the satellite tag is just sitting between the shoulder blades here. This bird was one of ours, and it's been caught on a camera trap someone put out a deer carcass, so we can tell by the identification ring on the bird and also the satellite tag data who this is, and we can see that it's doing all right. But generally, we don't see these birds after they've been tagged. What we do see are these data. We get downloads of data from the tags. Depends on the type of tag you're using and the duty cycle that you've programmed, how many times you get data coming into your laptop. But this is a typical, if I opened up an email with one of the eagles from our tagging project, this is a typical, this is where this bird has been in the last few hours. The yellow dot tells you where it is now. And this is a very zoomed out map. If I'd zoomed in on this on Google Earth, this would be giving me very, very, very precise locations of where this bird has been, sometimes even down to the actual tree that it's been roosting in. That's how powerful these tags are. So we get this every day, so we check in on the eagles. What we can do with those data, as well as checking every day that they're still alive and they haven't disappeared on a grouse moor, what we could do in a scientific context is put all these data together. This map just shows you the data from one satellite tagged eagle, one of our eagles, that was hatched in the Cairngorms National Park. These data show all this red mass. These are all flight lines from this bird over a period of a couple of years. And one of the things that our research group has been looking at is the interaction of satellite tag golden eagles with wind farms, because wind farms are a particular issue for raptors in some countries, and they could be in this country. This research here, this slide shows you quite clearly these pale blue areas are the footprints of wind farms in the Monolith Mountains. You can see quite clearly that this young golden eagle is avoiding going into those wind farm areas. There are some flights over the wind farm, but we know from tag data, because it tells us what altitude the bird is flying at, this bird was not flying through the turbines. We have got more data. We've got, I think, 3 or 4 papers just published on these data now, which I can't go into because I haven't got time. I will be blogging about it shortly, but if anyone wants to talk to me about it afterwards, please do. It's quite interesting. So as well as those maps of showing us the data, we also get these data downloads every day from the tag. So this is giving us locational data. So we've got latitude and longitude. You can ignore all these are just technical stuff. But what I want you to pay attention to here is this, where it says low voltage. So the batteries, the tags that we're using, that we're using particularly, are solar powered. So they're not going to stay on a high voltage continually throughout the year. Sometimes of the year, the battery is going to drop. And it tells you when the battery is dropping. So there's still enough power in the tag to tell us that the tag is active, but there's not enough power to give us a longitude or latitude. So that won't give us any cause for concern. So we will not be classifying this as a disappeared eagle, because it's not sending us data. We class it as an eagle that's still okay, but the battery voltage is low. That's all. The other part of data that we get is engineering data that tells us the state of the tag, the status of the tag. So you've got time and date here, the temperature, the voltage of the battery. That's really important. So if this drops down, we can say, okay, the battery voltage is low. It's not a cause for concern. It's just the battery's low, and we've just got to wait for the sun to come back up and recharge the battery. This is probably the most important column. This is the activity column. And if you can see down this column, that number is the same all the way down. There's no movement there. That is a massive red flag. If I opened up this email and saw that column, I'd be thinking, Christ, what's happened here? It's telling me that the tag is static somewhere. So either the tag has dropped off, as they're designed to do after a few years. When the tag drops off, if it's still got voltage, battery power, it will still transmit. So it means that we can go to the last known location and collect the tag, and we'll have it refitted and use it again. Or that static number tells us that the bird is dead, but the tag is still transmitting. And this is what happened for quite a few years when satellite tagging first started, because the people killing the eagles didn't realise that when they killed the bird, they didn't realise that the tag would still transmit. So this is a bird that was killed in the Angus Glens a few years ago. Now you can see it's got a satellite tag on it. The satellite tag data showed that this bird travelled through the night into a lay-by in Aberdeenshire, where it was left to die with 2 broken legs. When that news came out, the people who were killing these eagles realised, okay, these tags can reveal quite a lot, so let's change our tactics. So what they're doing now is these eagles are disappearing. Within our research group, we call this a sudden stop, no malfunction, when the tag stops operating. If there's a malfunction, we've seen it. We've already seen it in the data. We can see that there's a low battery voltage. If everything's working perfectly, and there's no explanation, there's no indication that this engineering work is about to expire, this is what we call sudden stop, no malfunction. So everything's fine, all looks fine, all of a sudden, it just stops. And you don't hear any more from that bird. Disappeared. No evidence. You go to the last known location, there's nothing there. We've been wondering what's happening to those birds. We can make a pretty educated guess. But a couple of years ago, a member of the public found this in a river in Perthshire. Didn't know what it was. There's a sticker on the side with a phone number. And luckily for us, that guy phoned the phone number and got through to Phil Whitfield, who's one of the researchers on this project. And said, oh, I found this thing in the river, I don't know what it is, but it's got your phone number on it. This is a golden eagle satellite tag that's been cut off the bird. The harness was cut. It had been wrapped in lead sheeting to block the signal, and it had been chucked in the river. And we know exactly which bird this has come from, because this tag has an individual number on it. It comes from this bird. This is a young bird being tagged by Duncan or Ewing several years before, and the bird had been one of these that had disappeared. Where had it disappeared? Strathbrum, one of these cluster areas that are notorious as golden eagle persecution hotspots. So it's all starting to make sense. Will grouse moor licensing stop the killing? I think Ian Thompson is going to be talking about this later, so I'm not going to say too much, and I think I'm probably out of time anyway. I'll say no more. But I'm happy to talk to anyone. I don't think we've got question and answer session on this session, but I'm happy to talk to anyone in the breaks about this. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you, Ruth. Thank you, Ruth. Yeah, one of the problems we face is fake news. So people go to enormous trouble to generate real data that's being used for scientific research, things like the wind farm studies that Ruth just mentioned, a lot more, of course, reforestation, what impact will that have on golden eagles and their use of the landscapes, another project that our tags are being used for. But then when they do mysteriously disappear or they're found on eagles that have been killed, that is clouded by deliberately generated misinformation. And it's really important that we push back on that information. I've been pushing back myself. I was very pleased this week to win a defamation case against Phil Sports TV that had accused me of writing a death threat letter to myself, misleading my family, misleading Hampshire police and misleading the public. The origin of that claim came from the Scottish Gamekeepers Association. So they were generating misinformation to try and harm my integrity, credibility, and ability to draw upon people to act to end this sort of persecution. So let's be very clear that in the modern world, the misinformation that Ruth is talking about can have a damaging effect, and we should do everything within our powers to push back against that. We love information and we love data. Data is really important to us. We can use it because with good data, we can make best informed decisions about what we do. Or at least we can ask those in positions of power to make those decisions on our behalf. So we need that data. And that's why it's a pleasure now for me to introduce Mark Diffley. He is a renowned researcher and pollster, regular on current affairs programmes. You would have seen him before. I recognised the first thing this morning. He spent 25 years delivering research and insights for government, businesses and the third sector, and he has been analysing public attitudes to grouse shooting and grouse moor management. Some of you might have seen the news this week. If you haven't, Mark's going to tell us all about it now.
Good morning, or I think it's afternoon anyway. It's lovely to be here. I was last here a couple of years ago, so I know it's been has been noted that this appears to be a bigger audience. It absolutely is. It's terrific to see so many people here, and I'm very grateful to Robbie and his colleagues and Chris for the invitation to come back and address you about public opinion. I hope. Having just listened to Ruth tour de force there, I hope that the data I can impart, if it's 50% as interesting as what Ruth just shared, then I'll consider my slot to have been a success. Any good organisation, and it's a credit to Revive that they do this, but any good organisation should always, particularly a campaigning organisation such as yours, should understand where the public is coming from, and sometimes that data can be very comforting and very supportive. Occasionally it can be challenging, and I'll go through some of those figures with you now. I'm delighted that we have done we've done polls over a number of years actually for Revive, particularly around attitudes to grouse shooting. I've got 4 real data points to share with you today, 2 of which are around grouse shooting and predator control. And the power of those 2 data points are that this is the 4th time that we've asked these questions. So not only can we see where attitudes are today, and this most recent polling was done a couple of months ago, so it's very current, but we can also see what the trend of public opinion is, and that's just hopefully just as helpful as the current static situation. So I'm delighted to be here and to be sharing that data with you. These are, our polls are Scotland-wide. They are nationally representative. They are of a large enough scale that we can be pretty sure, actually, that these represent the sweep of public values and public opinions. When we dig into the data, and I'll say a little bit about this, opinion isn't static within the population. There are differences by things like people's age. Age is a big driver of attitudes to these issues, as you would expect, where you live in the country, whether you're in an urban or a rural area. And I'll say a little bit more about that as we go on. So my first data point, hopefully everyone can see this clearly, is around the attitude to grouse shooting. So we have been asking this question now for 4 years. This is the 4th time that we have asked this question. To what extent do you support or oppose grouse shooting for sport? You can see there I made reference to the size of our surveys, and that's that they are big, nationally representative surveys from across the country. And we can see here both the current position and the trend over the last 4 years. I think there are a number of things that are going on here, which I will briefly make reference to. There's a relatively consistent picture, which is that somewhere between 10 and 15% of the population nationally tend to support this activity, which of course means that around somewhere between 85 and 90% either actively don't support it or don't have opinion on it either way. And you can see that within very clearly. That has been the trend here for the last 4 years, including this year. I suspect people in the audience probably alight on the 2023 figures and see the active opposition to grouse shooting appears to have fallen a little, and that is absolutely true. What we've seen is that kind of, I suppose, indifference to this has grown a little bit by 10 percentage points in the last year, as you can see here. I mean, statistically, these are fairly minor movements, but the value of this, of course, is that, you know, you and we collectively need to keep an active eye on this. You may know, I sit in office in Edinburgh, running numbers and looking at data. You will know far more about what may perhaps drive some of those opinions and whether the extent to which we're seeing any movement here is real and of concern or not. What we do see in the data is that there are increasing age differences here, and I think that's probably on this question the one thing that I would make reference to. We see, for example, that support for grouse shooting amongst the youngest age groups is as low as 7% in the most recent polling there for 2023, and as high as 18% in older populations. Now, that still means that even amongst the oldest cohorts of people in Scotland, there is significant opposition. But it is important to see that the age differences are actually there, and in a way that we haven't observed in all of these polls throughout the years. It seems to be a growing feature. Okay, so my second of 4 data points is the question we ask about predator control. And again, the benefit of this is that we now have 4 years in which this data is available. And you can see here that something quite different actually is happening, in that opposition to predator control appears to be growing somewhat rather than the opposite. And in fact, we've seen quite a significant jump there in opposition to predator control. Similarly to support for grouse shooting, and you won't be surprised to hear that the overlap between support on this question and the previous question is pretty similar, right? We're talking about the same groups of people. But support for predator control has not got above 18% in any of the polls that we've done in the last 4 years. So there's similar levels overall in terms of support for predator control, and we see similar breakdowns here. Now we see that if the younger you are, the more likely you are to oppose predator control. Opposition tends to go down slightly the older that people get. There are significant differences by the type of area that you live in. So in the most remote rural areas of the country, actually support for predator control is up in the 40s. That is obviously because most of us don't live in remote rural areas, The national picture doesn't show that in the numbers that you're seeing here, but there are some quite significant differences, which it's my job to sort of communicate to you, and your job to challenge, I guess. We didn't ask a question about awareness of predator control in this year's survey as we did previously, but it's important to bear in mind that probably somewhere between a third and 40% of people are aware of what predator control is, even though we explain, or we try to briefly explain what it is in the questions that we ask. And that awareness does drive, to some extent, what your attitudes towards predator control, what your attitudes are. Okay, so 2 new data points which I'll finish on, and which have already been the subject of some discussion this morning. We asked a question this year about the use of traps, and we asked about the public about the use of traps for different purposes, and you can see that on the screen in front of you. And this, I think, is where possibly the data gets a little more challenging for this audience, because the truth is, when you ask the public about the acceptability or their support for using traps for conservation or for protecting livestock, the majority will say that they think that's a good idea. However, there is significant opposition to using traps for the purpose of increasing the numbers of grouse for shooting, and hopefully that demonstrates that people will think about this clearly. They will look at the questions in front of them, but certainly our focus in the polling that we've done with Robbie has been around grouse shooting, and it is absolutely hugely unacceptable. People see it as hugely unacceptable that traps could be used for that purpose. Okay. My final point, and again, this is a new question. Like the previous one, this is not one that we've used in previous surveys, in the way that we've used questions around grouse shooting and predator control. We see something rather similar here. We explain to people in the survey what moor is, and then we ask about their support or opposition to moor for different purposes. It's always worth bearing in mind that for the vast majority of people, these are concepts and issues that are not kind of top of their agenda. And that's always worth bearing in mind. Nonetheless, we get rather similar patterns to what we see in the previous question, which is that there is a certain amount of discernment going on out there in the public about between the use of the moor for different purposes. There is majority support, in fact, for, as you can see there, for moor in terms of for the purposes of improving grazing potential for livestock, for land management, to conserve, enhance, manage the national environment, and mostly to reduce the risk of wildfires, which mirrors what we see more broadly in polling, which is that environmental issues such as wildfires, and bearing in mind this survey took place in the sort of late summer, early autumn of this year, where other evidence suggests that concern for the environment broadly amongst the public is growing significantly, and therefore you might consider it to be unsurprising in some ways that the public at large would respond to this question in the way that they have done in terms of the risk to wildfires. But again, it is hugely unacceptable in the public's mind, massively unacceptable, to use Muirburn to change the landscape so that there are more grouse available for shooting. So these are quite thoughtful, I think, responses, and to the extent in which we may find them challenging or otherwise, they are thoughtful. People are discerning between different issues. And this data, hopefully, will provide Revive and others with significant evidence to advance your cause. We're always delighted to work with the organisation. I think it's a credit to them that they undertake regular independent polling and are prepared to both accept and communicate the results that come from that evidence. I'm afraid I'm going to have to shoot off after this session, but yeah, Robbie, please do come back to me and my organisation if there are any questions. In the meantime, it's been, as always, delightful to be here and to talk to you. Thank you.
What's that expression? The writing is on the wall. It's written loud and clear that public opposition to this practice is rapidly growing. I suppose, what message might this send to those who wish to perpetuate some of the practices inherently important when it comes to driven grouse shooting? And that is, I think when you're in trouble and change is obviously coming, it's always better to jump before you're pushed. Because if you jump, you're in control of when and how. But if you push, you're just falling. And I think that we could perhaps draw a contrast here, a comparison, sorry, not a contrast, but a comparison with the issue of licensing. Let's be very honest. If the driven grouse shooting industry had ceased the illegal persecution of raptors, if it had ceased the extermination of mountain hares, it would have been a lot more difficult for us to campaign effectively to bring in that licensing. But it didn't, and now licensing is likely to become a reality. Jump before you're pushed. That's what the figures say. If I were in that industry at the moment, I would read that writing on the wall and think, okay, we've got a problem here. Let's turn that problem into an opportunity. Right, moving on for our last session this morning, Robin McAlpine is Head of Strategic Development at Commonweal, one of the partners of Revive. He's a political strategist, author and farmer, journalist. He lives in rural Scotland and has led work in the Revive coalition that looks at alternative land uses and that has shown that thousands of more jobs are possible with the reform of grouse moors. The Commonweal think tank has delivered the world's first fully costed Green New Deal for Scotland and have been key in influencing Scottish Government policy, like its new National Investment Bank. Let's welcome Robin to the stage to tell us about not problems, but real opportunities for Scotland's rural communities.
I am not a farmer. I take that personally. Although I do live in a farming community, so many of my friends are. Right, okay, so my brief is fighting for the future, which seems like a good idea if you ask me. But I know you're all also fighting to get your lunch, so I shall be brief. But if we're going to fight for a future, what does that future look like? We need to look into our future to try and get a sense of what it is that the tasks are required of us, require us to do. So let's have a little look into our near future and some of the things we're going to have to sort out. So first of all, we are going to have to do a much better job of getting ready for preparing properly to mitigate climate change. We're going to have to insulate houses. And if we're going to insulate houses, we need to do it the right way. We need to use organic insulation products. So we need to create, well, there's no time for, honestly, folks, Languages are out there getting stale. So we've got to create this business of importing extruded polystyrene insulation and sticking it in our houses. This is not sustainable. This is not the way to do it, because it's just creating more plastics which are going to be stuck in the environment forever. So we should be using sustainable organic insulation products like fiberboard or hemp-based insulation. This is one of the things that we need to start getting our head around in Scotland. Another is that we need to generate heat, because it's bloody freezing. And we're going to have to generate clean heat. Now, I'm not an air source heat pump fan. Air source heat pumps are mechanical devices that last for about 15 years and then you have to replace them. This means you're going to be spending about £1,000 a year on the capital in your air source heat pump, but it's not the best way to do it. We're big fans of district heating, where you take hot water and you circulate it to houses, which enables you to heat the water in the cleanest possible way. And what's that? It's solar thermal. It's geothermal. It's using biomass. These are the ways that we will heat our houses in the future if we get it right. We need to look at our waste bin, because it's terrible. The plastic we are producing is killing the planet, and we're doing more and more of it, and we need to find alternatives. So what is the alternative to all these products which are killing our planet? They're organic. Bioplastics are just materials that you make out of biological material. It is the option of using things like bamboo. We can make hemp-based fabric. Hell, stinging nettles make really good fabric. We can start to replace the damaging products that we find in our shopping bag, in our wardrobes, and in our bins with things which don't do that damage, which at the end of their life compost back into the soil again. This is the opportunity of advanced organic materials for Scotland. We need to expand our communities, help them, support them, and strengthen them. Rural communities are being strangled because of lack of housing. We need the ability to produce genuine, affordable housing for people in rural communities. We need to start taking the circular economy seriously. We need to think about what a circular Scotland really looks like, a world in which we're not throwing things out anymore. All of these things, all of them, and so much more, have to be Scotland's future. Among them is the need to bring back our biodiversity. This is not just a nice thing. We haven't learned by now that if you allow an ecosystem to collapse, you at the top of it might be last, but you'll go down with it as well. We need to recover our biodiversity. And if we want to recover our biodiversity, we need to replant our land. Because the way that we do it at the moment is designed to kill our animals, our wildlife. We need to do all of these things and so much more. So what have I been talking about this whole time? What has this all been about? Every single thing that I just mentioned is land. It's land. We grow our biocrops on land. We should be building our houses from advanced wood materials that we grow on our land. We should be producing bioplastics. In fact, Scotland, with so much stupidly misused land, look out your windows as you're driving down those hills where it's supposed to be bare. Our stupid misused land could tomorrow begin to produce the biocrops that could make us a world leader in advanced biomaterials. We're already one of the world's leaders in renewable energy, and we can do so much more from that. But that needs land. Our communities need land. Our country needs land. When we talk about fighting for the future, and we talk about the future, Scotland's future and Scotland's land is the same thing. We have no future without our land, and we can't fight for it without somewhere for us to put our feet and make that stand. So our land is not just a matter of justice. It's not just a matter of unfair historical precedent. It's not just a matter of it's not as pretty as we thought it should be. It is a matter that every nation is fundamentally its land, and its land must fundamentally drive the future of that nation. So the question becomes, who is to own our future by owning our land? And what are they going to do with our future with that land? Again, anyone that tells you that there's any land in Scotland which is unusable for something valuable that benefits the public good is not telling you the truth. Once upon a time, we were 98% forest, and we can be again if that's what we choose. So we have to choose this future for Scotland. We need to start fighting for it. So for me, of course, I want to see land reform because I don't like seeing the little birdies killed. In fact, it's absolutely killing me. It's that time of the year again when thankfully I can go out and our beloved grouse, pheasants who come and live in our garden. They're such sweethearts, they're so friendly. And over the course of a summer, gradually I watch them one by one fall dead in the roads. And so yes, I want to save our wildlife. But my focus on land reform is not about punishment, because I'm not interested in a future in Scotland when we are punishing people for past misdeeds. It's not about punishment. It's about saying your nation and its future is something you must debate in its totality. And if we don't have access to that nation because we don't have access to that land, then we cannot properly talk about our future. And if we are not talking about our future, we are going to stagger into more and more problems in the near future. So one last thing that I want to get across to you about how important all of this is. Because people talk about what's going to kill us first. Actually, suddenly it looks like it might be a nuclear war, but let's set that aside because that's a whole other conference. Of the climate change things which are going to cause the real global disruption, for us, the biggest one is food. We rely on a food system with incredibly long supply chains that stretch around the world, where we expect to be able to get everything all the time in a just-in-time sort of a way. The environmental harm it does in its growth, the environmental harm it does as it gets here, making everything worse. But that's not our problem. The problem is that we've so mistreated this planet that some of the areas that we rely on most for our food are collapsing. My partner is Mexico. Your avocados are draining the water table from her home country every single time that you eat one, because those are not organically farmed and those are not sustainably farmed. And as this happens, aridification and increasing weather events, whether it's hurricanes, droughts, or floods, are going to take out more and more of our ability to feed ourselves in the system that we've currently got. And while Scotland is calorie self-sufficient, you'll be eating a lot of barley if we rely on that. So what we have to do is see, what solution do we have? What can we do? And actually, I'm a massive fan of saying it's only going to get worse. So let's start building indoor light-assisted grow, because then we can grow all year round. We can have avocado orchards in the Perthshire countryside. We just need to put them in aircraft hangars. And we need to plan all of this in a way that makes it possible for us finally to get some public good from our land. It has to feed us. It has to keep us warm. It can clothe us. It can give us the things that we need. And if we take our land seriously and we finally see this as an agenda inherently built into and entangled with Scotland's future, then finally we will realise that what we are doing is stupid and foolish, and future generations will look back and say, why did you take so long? It's a grim world out there just now. It's dark, and let's not kid ourselves on. There's an awful lot of things happening in the world right now that give us great worry. I hope that we might this time avoid what we did the last time, because this is a period when there is massive geopolitical change taking place. I've described it as an Archduke Ferdinand moment. And what happened the last time this took place was that we started a massive programme of investment and rebuilding. And you know what? We had to go through 2 world wars and a Great Depression to get there. From where we are now, could we skip the 2 Great Wars and the Great Depression? Could we move straight forward to a mass investment programme which rebuilds a world which has got equity for all of us? And if we do that, it starts in Scotland, it starts with our land. Yes, the quote that keeps me going in the darkest days is from Hemingway. It's a wonderful world and worth the fighting for, and it is. This is a wonderful country. It's worth the fighting for. And that fight starts with our land. Enjoy your lunch.
Impassioned stuff, impassioned truths, I would say. We're only 10 minutes over. Remarkable. It's lunchtime. Now, I live by a maxim that says, sleep when you're dead and eat just before. So I don't have too much sympathy for those who've had 10 minutes taken out of their lunch. But I would ask you during that time, if you're not eating, to have a look around all of the stands which are outside. And I'll draw your attention to a couple of them. Revive are obviously there, one kind, common wheel. I'm not sure where Ruth, the other partner, is going to be over lunchtime. But Terry Hall has a display at the League just outside the doors here. Terry and his colleagues have given up their time to go into the field and record some really gruesome evidence which has swung that decision this week about snares. It's pretty tough to watch. I would ask you to watch it on two accounts. One, to honour the work that they have done. They're at the coalface, if you like, the miserable coalface of animal welfare and conservation. So honour them, their time, efforts and energy by looking at that. And secondly, be horrified by it, because you can use that as a fuel to instigate further changes in the future. If you don't see it and you don't feel it, then maybe you won't be motivated to ask for changes to it. Moorland monitors are also out there, people who go out into the Angus glens. Ruth mentioned those in her presentation. Again, this is a tough job. It's an unforgiving environment sometimes. They face abuse and damage to their property because they're going out recording criminal activity. No ambiguity about that. And then lastly, Alan Stewart has a stand selling his books. I've read a couple of his books. They're compelling. They're about wildlife crime and dealing with that wildlife crime. He's also now turned to fiction. So I spent my money on his fiction books this morning. I'll be interested to see what they are like. But it would be great to support Alan's work as well. Plenty others, as I say, so do take a look around those stands. Also spend some time meeting new people, sharing ideas, sharing passions and energies to build and strengthen the community that we have. So we'll see you all back here at, I'll tell you what, look, I'll give you an extra 5 minutes. Rather than 2:15, let's make it 2:20. 2:20 for this afternoon, and there will be questions at the end of this afternoon sessions that weren't designed to be this morning. Thank you.
Grouse, grouse, grouse. All across Scotland, there is routine killing of hundreds of thousands of animals, simply to make sure that there are more grouse to be killed for entertainment. This is killing to kill. Scotland, a land of stunning highlands and gorgeous glens, where huge swathes of land are regularly burnt on grouse moors, the equivalent of over 200,000 football
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I've received no official authority to restart, so I'm just going to take it on my own initiative to do so. So we've got two sessions this afternoon with a short break for more food in between. And there will be questions and answers, hopefully, after each of these sessions. So if you've got any questions, think of those. I'll take them from the podium here and we'll deal with that as and when. So our first session this afternoon is based, will the Grouse Moor Reform Bill protect our wildlife and the environment? I've got Ian Thompson, Dr. Helen Armstrong, Bob Elliott, and Jessica Finley, who are going to speak to us. So first up is Ian. Ian has worked for years on the front lines tackling raptor persecution throughout Scotland. He's worked for the RSPB Investigations Unit as an officer since 2006 and head of that team since 2012. He's been a birder for 40 years. It says here he's a keen average bird photographer and a dedicated fan of Aberdeen Football Club. So Ian's CV starts very, very well, but then diminishes quite rapidly. Rather like everyone else I've introduced so far, I've had the privilege of working with Ian in the field. He's a very good birder and his dedication is second to none. So just like Robbie, he's another one of those bloody good blokes. Let's hear it for Ian.
Thank you, Chris. Aberdeen are playing Celtic this afternoon, so I'm going to try and be quick. Less heckling from the audience, if you don't mind. I'd like to start by thanking Revive for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I'll wait for my first slide to come up before I keep going. Don't know where to point this. Okay. Will grouse moor licensing work? This could take a while, but I got around 8 minutes, so please bear with me. 23rd of March was a momentous day for all of us who have been campaigning for reform of grouse moors in Scotland. The Wildlife Management and Moorburn Bill was introduced. It's currently being considered by the Scottish Parliament, and it was drawn up with the aim of tackling the illegal killing of birds of prey and to address unsustainable management practices. Before I address whether I think it's going to work, though, I think it's important to perhaps take a little trip back in time. There was a royal wedding this year. Ronald Reagan became the 40th US president. Don't You Want Me by the Human League was #1 in the charts for something like 6 months. And Aberdeen Football Club, they continued to rise to global domination under Alex Ferguson by knocking holders Ipswich Town out of the UEFA Cup. And it was, of course, 1981. It was also the year when, as a naive, slightly odd, bird-mad teenager, I joined members of the very new North East Scotland Raptor Study Group on my first visit to a hen harrier nest in Deeside in Aberdeenshire. In fact, we visited 4 nests that day with a view to ringing the chicks. 3 of them, all on grouse moors, had been destroyed. That was my first experience of raptor persecution. And I can still remember the feeling of disappointment, of frustration, and yes, a degree of anger. Chris mentioned motivation this morning. When I was interviewed for my job with RSPB, I mentioned that particular day because my feeling I had that day is what motivates me and many others. So I'm going to fast forward now to the present day. And yeah, after almost 17 years working as part of the RSPB's investigations team, I've seen a lot more victims of crime. Shot, poisoned, trapped, nests destroyed. Now, of course, it's not just birds of prey that are victims of crime. It's gulls in towns, swans getting shot with ear guns in parks, house martin nests getting knocked off buildings. But we focus on raptor crime because of the well-proven impact that those crimes have on the species populations. And those populations are usually very small, just maybe a few hundred pairs. And yeah, that feeling of sadness, frustration, it accompanies all of these cases, and particularly when the perpetrator escapes justice, which is unfortunately the norm. But there is a determination to actually bring those crimes at an end, to rid Scotland of the scourge of raptor persecution. And I know that feeling extends probably to everyone in this room, and there are people I know in the audience who've been dealing with raptor crime a lot longer than I have. And as I say, I first experienced it in 1981. How bad is it? The numbers here, I think, speak for themselves. That's just confirmed raptor persecution incidents. But as we all know, the crimes that are detected only represent a fraction of what's really going on. And the criminals involved in doing this are doing their very best to avoid being found out, being detected. Ruth mentioned this particular bird earlier this morning. This is a bird who was fitted with a satellite tag at a nest in Stirlingshire, flew around quite happily for a couple of years, then suddenly, mysteriously vanished on a grouse moor in Strathbran, only for its satellite tag to be found wrapped in lead sheeting by a guy out walking with his son beside the River Bran at time of low water. How many other tags have been wrapped in lead and thrown into rivers, or bodies burned or buried or whatever? There is no way we are detecting anything like all of the crimes against our birds of prey. The cliche, the tip of the iceberg, is very, very appropriate. But while the bodies are hidden, the patterns of disappearances, as Ruth showed on the map in her presentation this morning, the patterns are absolutely clear-cut. In the Werity review, the Scottish Moorland Group were quoted as suggesting that less than 7% of Scotland's land area has some component of grouse moor management. Now I've seen other people say it's 10%, other people say it's 15%. The bottom line is, however, that the proportion of raptor persecution offences is exceptionally high compared to the amount of land that grouse moor covers. And in actual fact, between 2018 and 2022, more than half of found raptor persecution crimes occurred on grouse moors, just showing the disproportionate impact that grouse moor management is having on those species. You'll note also, when you bring in the pheasant and partridge component, you're starting to talk about 2/3 of crimes against raptors can be associated with intensive game bird shooting management. The link between raptor persecution and grouse moors have been known about for decades. As I say, it was the 1980s where I was taken to persecuted harrier nests on grouse moors, and it was happening a long time before that. Why on earth has it taken so long to deal with the problem? Now, truth be told, since devolution, there have been steps by successive Scottish governments of various complexions to try to tackle the issue. The banning of certain poisons, a poisons amnesty, vicarious liability legislation, general licence restrictions, to name but a few. But truth be told, these various steps have been pretty piecemeal and, to be frank, largely ineffective. There have been only 2 vicarious liability prosecutions in the 12 years since that came into law. The reality is that these measures have not stopped the killing of protected birds, and in fact there have been multiple estates where these crimes are happening year after year after year after year. Why on earth does it continue, given all the bad press it gets? Well, for a start, these crimes are happening in the back of beyond, in the middle of nowhere, where there is a very low chance of them being detected in the first place. And then even when you do find a dead bird that's full of carbofuran poison or full of lead pellets, finding evidence to link a person to that crime is very, very difficult. And when the police undertake interviews of estate employees, invariably nobody knows anything, or they're faced by a wall of silence. But incredibly, even when there have been cases where we have filmed people committing crimes, shooting a hen harrier off its nest, setting illegal traps, even those individuals have not been brought to justice on some occasions. And then, of course, you do have the extremely rare occasions where someone has been caught and is successfully prosecuted. The penalties have largely been pitiful. So, in other words, you combine that with the pressure on estate employees or even estate owners to maximise grouse numbers, it's worth the risk, given these very low chances of facing any kind of meaningful sanction whatsoever. So, the crimes continue, and have done to this day. Where does licensing fit into all this? The estates involved in criminality, if they are put forward for a licence revocation, could see the removal of the right to shoot grouse. And in our experience, the most intensively managed estates seeking the biggest bags of grouse tends to be the ones where crimes against raptors are detected more often, whether it's birds found shot or poisoned, or satellite-tagged eagles or hen harriers or kites disappear. Look at the money involved. Over £250,000 annual income from grouse shooting. That compares with a fine for a guy who we filmed shooting a sparrowhawk on an estate in Inverness-shire who was fined £1,500. That's tips for a day's grouse shooting. Losing your annual grouse shooting income for 1 year is maybe going to penalise you £250,000. And if a licence revocation runs for 4 years, that's £1 million. I think that is quite a stark change. So, will grouse moor licensing work? We believe that what's proposed, as long as it is accompanied by well-resourced compliance monitoring and a continuation of what has been an improvement in enforcement by police with improved partnership working over the last few years, we believe that licensing can represent a game changer. Finally, we have the prospect of some accountability, a realistic approach to evidential links between states and criminality using a civil burden of proof on balance of probability, rather than trying to find evidence to link an individual to a crime. And I think a meaningful sanction at last, hitting estates linked to criminality substantially in their pockets. I think this is finally a real incentive for estates to move away from outdated business models based on massive, unsustainable grouse bags to something more fit for the 21st century. This bill is coming for a parliamentary debate scheduled for the 29th of November. We want parliamentarians to support this, even in its early stages of stage 1. So I urge you to write to your MSPs saying how important you think this is, and do it in the next couple of weeks before this bill appears on the floor at Holyrood. If grouse moor licensing does not lead to the end of raptor persecution in Scotland's uplands, and the state cannot operate without breaking the law, the pressure to end grouse shooting will become irresistible. And the only people to blame for that will be the industry themselves. Thank you.
Small number of highly dedicated, highly energised people have worked extremely hard for a very long time to be in a position where the Scottish Government has the opportunity to licence driven grouse shooting. Therefore, I would ask you to act upon Ian's request. At this point in time, the least anyone can do is write to their elected representative and say, please support this bill. This is the final stage of a democratic process which has taken, as I said, an enormous amount of time and energy. So that's a very real call to action for me. And there's 2 weeks left. Write to them once, and then maybe write to them again, and then have a few drams and write to them a third time. It's time for us to put the pressure on in a democratic, peaceful way. We're writing letters or sending emails. Maybe take to social media, and if you do so, please, obviously be polite. But let's make sure that we get the traction that the bill deserves, and also we honour all of the hard work that's gone into getting it together. Right, next up, Dr. Helen Armstrong. She's going to be talking to us away from grouse moors and how that move can benefit the environment, biodiversity, and benefit people as well. She is an ecological consultant specialising in sustainable land management. She formerly worked at Scottish Natural Heritage, now Nature Scot, of course, providing advice and commissioning research on upland land management. And she also authored A Better Way for Revive. It's one of those reports that we spoke of earlier, Robbie and myself. They are available on the Revive website. They are brilliantly put together, coherent, communicable, interesting. So please download that report and have a read later. In the meantime, please welcome Helen to the stage.
It's great to be here, great to see everybody here. It's just brilliant that there's so much support for Revive. Okay, I'm going to change the subject a bit. Instead of talking about raptors, I'm going to be talking about the environment. What does muir burning do to the environment? What are the issues and what?
I'm just going to put the mics down a little bit. If you can sound a little bit closer.
Can everybody hear me? Thank you. What are the issues around muir burning for the environment and what are the solutions? Okay, well, I'm sure everybody here is very familiar with this landscape. The patches of heather moorland that are burned on a rotation between 8 and 25 years to create this landscape which has a mosaic of different heights of heather. That provides the best feeding and the best nesting habitat for red grouse, which helps to support the high numbers of red grouse that are needed to make driven grouse shooting viable. So it's done for that one purpose. Where does it happen? Okay, well, the James Hutton Institute put this map together a few years ago, and the yellow and the brown areas show you where muir burning for grouse takes place. So the darker the colour, so the more brown it is, the more intense the muir burning for grouse is. So you can see it mostly takes place in the east of the country, where it's drier. So around the Mona Lea, the Cairngorms, the Angus Glens, Highland Perthshire, Lammermuir Hills and parts of the southern uplands is where muir burning for grouse takes place. How much is done? Well, the James Hutton estimated it was about 163,000 hectares, or 2% of Scotland's land area, which doesn't actually seem very much, but on a local basis, it's highly significant. And you'll see if you drive up the A9 through the Dromochta Pass, it's just desolation. So what is being burnt? There's 3 different vegetation types that compose the heather moorland that gets burnt, starting from the wettest. So blanket bogs are, as the name suggests, bogs. the water tables up at the surface of the soil. Now, they're usually dominated by bog mosses, sphagnum mosses, and there's usually many species of sphagnum mosses. And those sphagnum mosses act as sponges. They absorb water when it rains, and when it dries out, they allow that water to gradually filter away. In between those bog mosses, there'll be bits of heather that grow, and as the bog moss grows up, the heather will grow up through the bog moss. Now, because it's so wet, when the bog moss dries, it doesn't decompose properly, and so it turns into peat. So underneath the blanket bog, you will generally find a deep layer of peat that stores carbon. Okay, so at the other end of the scale, there's dry heath, so much drier areas where the water is draining. You'll tend to get naturally a much higher cover of heather. And in between those two, you get the wet heaths, which are somewhere in between the two in terms of their species composition as well. They'll have a bit more heather than the blanket bog and a bit less than the dry heath. So, what are the impacts of all this burning? Let's start with blanket bog. Okay, if you burn in a blanket bog, what happens is it affects the composition of the vegetation. So those bog mosses that are so important for the water relations, the bog mosses in some places will be killed by burning. So you get a change in the cover of the bog mosses, it declines. And instead, because it's drying out, you get more grass and you get more heather. Well, that may be good if you want to graze sheep or if you want to encourage a high density of grouse. But it completely changed the system, both the water relations, the amount of carbon that's sequestered. So because of the loss of the bog mosses, you get reduced water storage. Often there will be peat that's exposed, so when the water falls, when it rains heavily onto the peat, it increases the erosion and the peat gets eroded. So there are a lot of impacts of burning on blanket bogs, and they affect the ecosystem services, the services that these systems can provide to us. So in terms of carbon emissions increase because the peat is exposed, so it decomposes and turns into carbon dioxide. Carbon sequestration goes down because the bog mosses aren't there to create the peat. And creating peat, they sequester carbon from the atmosphere and they bury it. So carbon sequestration declines. The number of bog species that are specific to these really important habitats decline as well. You don't get the same range of bog mosses. You don't get the invertebrates such as the dragonflies. So biodiversity declines too. And because that water storage isn't there, the peak water flow also gets higher, which means that flood amelioration lower down doesn't happen. So we lose that important ecosystem service as well. And lastly, because of all the erosion that's happening, the water quality goes down. The water turns peat-coloured. It's full of minerals and organic compounds that flow into often what's our water supply. But that's not the end of the story. Many of our bogs in the past have been drained specifically to dry them out, to increase the amount of heather and the amount of grass. And drainage does all of those same things, but it doesn't even more so. And then if you burn on top of a drained bog, the whole thing just gets worse. So it's been estimated that about 40% of the area that's burned for grouse is on deep peat, so is under something that could potentially be a functioning blanket bog. Okay, so that was estimated in about 2011. That may have declined a bit now. More estates are starting to restore their bogs with government grants, so it may have declined, but still, a lot of the area that's been burned is on deep peats that could be functioning blanket bogs. What about the impacts on the rest of the area, the drier heaths? Well, the most important impact that burning has, of course, is it kills young trees and it kills scrubby species such as juniper that would otherwise colonize those areas and turn them into a mosaic of woodland and scrub and open habitat. It also leads to increased erosion because, as you can see, there are areas that are devoid of vegetation after they're first burnt. So particularly in susceptible areas, so steep slopes, high altitude, you can easily get erosion and the soil and the peat get washed away. And over many decades, this leads to a loss of soil nutrients, particularly phosphorus, potassium, and nitrogen. So many would say this leads to it being maintained, and I would agree, in a degraded state. And it's hard to argue with that when the biodiversity is lower than it could be, because you don't have the diversity of habitats to support the diversity of species. The ecosystem services that this system can supply to us have also gone down. Soils, water are all impacted. And the whole productivity of the system declines. Because of the loss of soil nutrients, it's ecologically less productive, but also it's less productive in terms of what it can supply to people, in terms of outputs, in terms of jobs. Because you don't have that, those productive mosaic of habitats that can supply things like deer to be shot, or shelter if you want to graze your sheep in amongst the woodlands, all sorts of outputs, timber even, that you cannot get in this very simplistic system. So in an attempt to reduce the environmental impact of muir burn, several years ago, Nature Scott's predecessor, Scottish Natural Heritage, put together a code of practice, the muir burn code. So the muir burn code says several things. One of first is that you shouldn't burn until the heather gets to 20 to 30 centimetres tall. This is to avoid you burning it too frequently. If you wait too long, the heather won't come back after burn very well. So that's the first thing that you have to do. You need to leave some heather patches unburned to create a bit of habitat diversity, which leads to species diversity as well. And you shouldn't burn when it's too windy or too dry, because if you do, there's a higher chance that that burn is going to escape and cause a wildfire. And apart from all of that, there's a whole range of locations where you're not allowed to burn, where you shouldn't be burning. I'll leave you to read that list, but at the top of that is deep peat, defined as anything with a peat depth of greater than 50 centimetres. You should not be burning on deep peat. All of the other ones, all of those other locations where you shouldn't burn, are designed to protect soils, water, and biodiversity. Now, this is wonderful. The muir burn code is fantastic. If everybody stuck to it, it would be wonderful. But unfortunately, not only is the muir burn code entirely voluntary, but there is absolutely no monitoring goes on. So, although there's lots of anecdotal evidence that in a lot of estates the muir burn code is not adhered to, we don't have the hard evidence to back that up. We do know that a lot of burning goes on in deep peat. So we know that the muir burn code is not adhered to. So what changes are needed? Well, firstly, the muir burn code needs to be made mandatory. Secondly, as Ian was saying, monitoring is vitally important. We have to have regular monitoring of muir burn, where it happens, how often it happens, how it's being done. And if the muir burn code is not being adhered to, we need to have sanctions put in place to make sure that doesn't continue. So, will the bill help? The Wildlife Management and Muir Burn Bill. So firstly, the muir burn will need to be licensed. That's separate from grouse moors needing to be licensed. Muir burn itself as a practice will need to be licensed. You will need to get a separate license for burning on peatlands. So that's anything with a peat depth of more than 40 centimetres. So this is actually improving on the muir burn code, which defines peatlands anything with more than 50 centimetres. So all it's fantastic. You will not, importantly, you will not be able to burn on peatlands for the purposes of game shooting or livestock management. So effectively, if you want a license, you won't be able to burn on peatland for grouse. On the drier heaths, you will be able to still burn for grouse moor management or for livestock grazing. But the license conditions will be set. They're not going to be, you must adhere to the muir burn code, but instead, Nature Scott will be able to vary those conditions site by site. I have to question why the whole muir burn code isn't being put in there as in the bill as being obligatory. There may be times when maybe it's not appropriate, but as a matter of default, I would have thought the whole thing should have to be stuck to. But maybe that's what Nature Scott will do, and they won't actually vary it very much. So the success of the licensing scheme fundamentally depends on the licensing conditions that Nature Scott decides to adopt. depends on the monitoring of adherence to those licensing conditions. And we can do an awful lot with satellite imagery, and the James Hunt Institute has already done a lot with satellite imagery. We know what can be done, but it does have to be backed up with field visits as well to confirm what's been found from the satellite images. And if necessary, those licenses have to be revoked or suspended or not renewed. Now, to do all of this, NatureScot needs to have adequate resources. There is provision in the bill for NatureScot to charge for the license to cover their costs. Those costs have to include the monitoring. So let's hope that they can charge enough to cover them. But if not, the Scottish Government needs to fund that, because if not, it will not work. So, in conclusion, the bill has the chance to make a major difference to the environmental impact that burning for grouse currently has. It could improve it hugely, but it's only going to succeed if the conditions on the licence are right, if the monitoring is done appropriately, if there are sanctions when the conditions aren't met, and if there are adequate resources provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Key words: mandatory, monitoring and resources. Surely, why should we subsidise something that we may not want to happen? Why do we subsidise the acquisition of shotgun licences when we may not want to do that? Surely the people who want to do the burning should pay for those licences, and NatureScot should be adequately funded through that process. Not to say that NatureScot couldn't do with a lot more funding per se. One of the problems with our statutory bodies is that we frequently have cause to complain about them, but we have to be realistic in what they are capable of achieving with the resources which they are given by central government. And certainly in the UK, when it comes to Natural England, the successive cuts to their budget have made it almost impossible for them to carry out their duties. So whilst that makes us irate, we do have to manifest sympathy for the fact that within those agencies there are people who get up with the same degree of determination as we do every day to make a positive difference for wildlife, the environment, but they simply don't have access to that funding. We've got to put more funding into that. But certainly, I don't think it should come from the public purse when it comes to these licences. That's my opinion. Right, moving swiftly on to Bob Elliott. And Bob is going to talk to us about the much-needed animal welfare perspective of this bill. For those of you who don't know, Bob is an experienced naturalist with extensive knowledge of wildlife. Well, I would hope so, Bob. Nature conservation and animal welfare issues both in Scotland and internationally. Bob has put that to good use because he was head of investigations and species protection for the RSPB for 14 years, fighting wildlife crime, not just here, of course, but in other parts of the world too. He's now the director of One Kind. One Kind are one of the partners of the Revive Coalition, as I hope you know. They're a small welfare charity based in Edinburgh, which exposes cruelty and persecution to Scotland's animals via their investigations, research and campaigning. Now, One Kind has a stand outside. I would urge you to take a look at that in the forthcoming tea break. They are a brilliant charity. They are small, fleet of foot, very well staffed, and critically, under Bob's guidance, they punch way above their weight, achieving objectives which some of the larger charities either don't achieve, can't achieve, or slower to achieve. So do think about looking at One Kind's stand during the break. But in the meantime, Bob, come and tell us about the impact of the bill on animal welfare.
The build-up. That was an alarmingly good build-up from Chris there, so high expectations. Just before I start, I just want a big shout-out, or a quiet shout-out, for the greyhounds just over the far side there. One of the campaigns we've got running at the moment is about banning dog racing, so it's lovely to see you. So people here from all sorts of interests and support backgrounds, so that's great. So what do we think of the bill? Well, we quite like it, and we quite like bits of it, but of coururse we always think there is more to do, and there's more to add, and there's more to talk about. And we did have a particularly, I had a particularly exciting time at the Rural Affairs Committee this last Wednesday, and that was the evidence session about snaring, which some of you might have seen. And yeah, I didn't actually leave that feeling like we'd managed to put our points out as much as we wanted to. Just felt a little disappointed. And the minister, as we've heard, said that she fully intends to ban snaring. So I was very, very pleased about that. So, yeah. And as been said before, this is not a one person, this is you guys, this is other organisations. Since 1960, I think it was, 1960, when wire was made thin enough to be able to be used for a snare, we've been worried about the welfare consequences of snares. And since then, we've gone through iterations of change, times of change, changes in the legislation to the actual snare itself, trying to make the dratted thing less cruel. Monitoring, bringing monitoring in, trying to have people go through training, etc. We've done all that. And you're sitting here now at a point where we're at the end, we should be at an end of a campaign, not halfway through it, and we should be banning them, which is what I was making quite clear at the evidence session. This is about the welfare of the animals, whether these snares are set legally, illegally, whether somebody's training or not, is irrelevant. And calling them something else is just a rebranding exercise, and also anything to do with licensing is, we don't need that. We don't need that now. We don't need these objects. And one of the things I've got a little bit irate about over my time at One Kind is the suggestion that rare and endangered species are at threat because snares might be banned. So Capercaillia, you're going to lose Capercaillia from Scotland. There's multiple issues with rare species conservation that need to be looked at. Predator control can be one of those issues. I'm not shying away from that. But the methods used. And my colleague, Kirsty Jenkins, our brilliant policy officer, was up here talking about the ethical principles at the last conference. And that generated a lot of thinking amongst conservation organisations and our other friends at how we can look at evidence and how evidence should be applied to how we do things and how wildlife is managed, rather than just killing things by tradition or just the status quo. But anyway, the first thing that, when I first came across a snare was my mate Ian used to work with each other, investigations work. I think the first time I ever came across a snare close to was unintentionally, Ian walked into one. And I tell you what, it was not great. I mean, it's not going to hurt him, and it didn't hurt your leg, but getting it off and that feel of restraint, it was such a surprise. Snares, not part of my job at that time, but I've never forgotten that, until I was doing some investigations work with a colleague, RSPB colleague, on a well-known estate in Scotland, and we heard this sort of choking, gagging sort of noise from the woodland, and it turned out this fox cub was in a snare. And I've never forgotten that. I managed to get a couple of pictures of it, and this picture has gone everywhere since. It's been a bit of a totem for me that we need to really fix this. So yeah, snaring looks like we're nearly at the end of it. We've got a bit to go with the bill itself, working through its different areas. There will be some debates. Those will annoy us because people will be suggesting that you take away snares, it's the end of the world in the countryside. But at the end of the day, one hopes the trajectory we're on here is we are finally looking forward towards a ban. But I can't seem to get away from grouse moors. Thought I might be able to when I got this job. I knew it was the mountain hare side of it. We worked hard on that. I was carrying that on from predecessors. But just last year, Stuart Spray, I don't know whether he's in the audience, he's a camera filmmaker, known to quite a lot of us, came with me to a grouse moor on the borders. And this is a place where gamekeepers are sort of trained in how to put out snares, etc. I've cut out the snare bit because I think we talked a bit about that already. But on the other things that happen on grouse moors, that the hundreds of thousands of animals that are being killed to promote more grouse to be shot. Remember Robbie kicking off the conference with that circle of destruction. This is one of them, this use of things. So I did this wee film. We haven't put the sound on. It's got some awful music in the background, which Chris will find really offensive. So this is me just investigating out on the moor, looking at various traps and snares, and just trying to bring this to everybody's attention. There's lots of people out there that don't actually realise that these things exist. And what I'm looking at now is a rail trap or a dock trap set in a cage here, and a stoat or weasel will walk along there. That's the target species for the gamekeeper to kill. And be caught in it. You'll have seen Terry's excellent film outside. Please go and look at it. The League's film. It's superb. And also there's everything in one area. There was snares. There was this large crow cage trap as well. So I could sort of demonstrate to everybody how they operate with these ladders where the birds get in, but they can't get back out again. All legal, as long as you've got your food, water, shelter. Check them every 24 hours. But much misused, and I would suggest shouldn't be used in the first place. There's not a lot of evaluation here going on about these birds that are caught. And one thing I will sort of talk about is the idea that these objects are littered across the landscape on these grouse moors. There could be many of them in an area. And we don't actually know what the pressures are on stoats and weasels in these areas. I can't remember I saw a stoat or weasel or a grouse moor. And again, predator control is highly done in a high way. So these are slightly new traps now. The legislation's changed. There has to be used these more powerful traps in these cages and cover. And we are getting anecdotal reports that these are not actually killing the animal as quickly as we might like to think they might be. So, time when consciousness, etc., can vary. This obviously is a stoat with its head in a spring trap. And that just shows you the makeup. Well, one of the things I've always come across, even when I was doing my investigations work at the RSPB, is crow cage traps, and they've really bugged me for all this time. So you've got these small Larson traps, they're called, small ones here with see the magpie on the left-hand side compartment, some food and a drinker there. And I've seen these operating in some really foul weather. And the shelter here is that turf put on the top. And it's a small device put out usually during the spring when corvids, the crow family, are very territorial, and they'll get very annoyed to see another crow in their territory. And they'll come in and they'll get caught on the right-hand side. And I'll leave it to Ian to describe to you all the other things that have been caught in these sorts of traps and how illegal activities have occurred with them. And these large crow cage traps where, again, call birds or birds that are used to bring in others as a decoy are kept in these traps. And smaller devices, I think the League has got a stand with these small LGCO or clam traps, where again, these are portable, and you could even catch a buzzard in here, no worries. Of course, if you let it go, it wouldn't be illegal. If you kill it, it's illegal. And then the bycatch, the actual illegal stuff, so tawny owls, goshawks, whatever might be caught in these traps. But let's look at the actual birds that are in there as decoy birds. These have had their feathers pinioned, they've had them cut so they can't move around. Apparently, I heard, anecdotally, a gamekeeper told me he really likes using magpies because they bounce around a lot in the trap, so they show themselves off to other species so they catch more. So this cycle of killing continues on the grouse moors. Probably frozen water here as well by the look of it. Yeah, and these LGCO traps set out in the open. So will this bill actually help? Well, there is a chance. There is a chance that we'll get more stringent licensing prescriptions in for these very devices. So thinking about what alternative methods why are you doing? Starting to ask the questions and trying to get the data back about how many things are being killed, where they are. This bill won't fix this. I accept that. It's not going to ban driven grouse shooting, which I quite like, but what it will do is really improve some of the welfare situations on the ground, particularly with the snare side. On the trap side, we've got a bit to go yet, and we need to work with Nature Scott, as we did through the Hunting with Dogs Act, to actually
get some of these provisions in and at least make them a little less cruel, should I say. So a bit to go, and thank you for your support, and good to see you on the stand later. Thank you very much.
Not only is Bob the chair or chief exec of an extremely good, small, active, progressive charity, he also has probably just snatched the prize for running closest to time in his presentation. Next up, no pressure, Jessica, is Jessica Finley. She is going to be talking to us about summarising the thinking to date about why this bill might work and how it could work in practice. Jessica has been leading much of the work in grouse moor licensing with Nature Scot. That's obviously the agency that deals with species licensing here in Scotland. And she has been working to summarise the thinking around why this bill proposes licensing schemes for grouse moors and muirburn. Critically, of course, how those ideas could work in practice, the associated codes of practice, and the context that all of this provides in this nature climate crisis, which I spoke of at the beginning. So Jessica, come and tell us what you've been up to putting this bill together and making sure that it could work practically.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have the challenge of keeping even less than Bob's time, which I will try and do because you're probably getting quite a lot of information thrown at you here. So I'm just going to summarise what is in the bill in reference to the grouse moor licence and the muirburn licence and the thinking that's happened to date. As many have said, the bill is currently going through the parliamentary process, so there still could be changes. So I'm not going to talk in definites, but in terms of what we have thought about up until this point. So first of all, what is proposed in this new bill? There are 3 new licences proposed. There's one for the use of certain types of wildlife traps, and then there's the grouse moor licence and the muirburn licence. And accompanying the grouse moor licence and the muirburn licence are proposed 2 codes of practice. And together, these have the potential to have a profound impact on the way that our moorland are managed. So they're techniques, they're trying to change behaviours, but collectively, the idea is that they have a large impact. They've come about through the need moving away from that. They've come about through the need to tackle raptor persecution as well. It's been talked about in the talks earlier today. And that has had a kind of history of being looked at from the commissioned report that Ruth talked about earlier that looked at the fate of satellite-tagged golden eagles, and then the review into the environmental impacts of grouse moors and looking to see whether licensing could help, which was pulled together in the Werity report. So there's a kind of continuity of thinking and evidence being brought to bear. So first of all, the grouse moor licences, and I apologise if some of this might be a bit repetitive, but bear with me. So a grouse moor licence as proposed in the Wildlife Management and Muirburn Bill will apply to all grouse shooting. So that's walked up, that's driven, that's combinations of. So all red grouse that are shot will require a licence. Licence holder will be the owner or occupier of the land, and in the bill it sets out quite a clear list of offences which can lead to the loss of a licence. And it's, as has been mentioned, the monitoring of compliance with that will be absolutely integral. And the reason it is being suggested as a way of tackling raptor persecution is very much this deterrent effect. Ian talked before about the value of salmon-driven grouse shoots, and if you remove the ability to operate that grouse shooting business, then that is seen as being a powerful deterrent to illegal behaviour. So to move on to the Muirburn licence, building on from what Helen has said earlier. So the Muirburn licence, although it's come from a grouse moor origin, will apply to all Muirburn. So that's Muirburn that's carried out on the west coast with crofters and upland farmers, and also for any conservation burning, as well as clearly on grouse moors. So it's a much kind of broader audience, and that's because Muirburn is a fairly broad activity. All Muirburn, when the licence comes in, will be unlawful unless it does have a licence. Now, in order for the licensing authority to look at and assess a licence, there will need to be a map. And that map will need to show quite clearly where there's peatland and where there isn't peatland. And that's important because as the bill sets it out currently, there's a clear distinction between burning on peatland and burning on non-peatland. And there are a number of reasons that you can burn. For burning on peatland, it includes to reduce the risk of wildfire and for conservation and for research. Now, in order to understand what peatland is, the bill describes it as peat at a depth of 40 centimetres. You'll have heard Helen earlier talk about peat at a depth of 50 centimetres, which is the current Scottish soil definition of peat. It's not about changing that definition because all the soil survey information is on that. But the reason, and it might sound like it's all a kind of game of numbers, but it's important because 40 centimetres will protect more areas of peatland. And so it's that kind of precautionary approach. But in terms, and the other important thing to say here, I think, is, and again, I think Helen kind of pulled this out in her presentation, is if you just look at an area of peatland and look at the vegetation, it's not easy to see what's beneath the feet, your feet. So it could be peat at a depth of 40 centimetres, but you might just see heather, which might suggest it's drier. So that's why the depth is important. But what will need to happen in terms of implementing the licence is that somebody will have to go out and measure that. So we're looking at how that can happen. And there are other existing methods, mostly with putting probes in the ground that we can build on to get that information. So alongside these two licences, there's two codes of practice. There will be a new grouse moor code of practice, which will be established. And then the Muirburn Code, which was talked about earlier, that of the Muirburn Code in terms of it being voluntary. This licensing scheme will change that. It will put it in a very clear regulatory framework, so it will have a different statutory context. And these codes of practice offer an opportunity alongside the licence to describe in more detail specific behaviours, actions and standards which are required to support the licence and help provide clarity on that. The idea behind them so far is they'll set out very clearly the regulatory requirement, but also take the opportunity to signpost to best practice where that exists as well. And the way that they will be integral to the licensing system as proposed in the bill is that conditions of licence can be drawn from the code, and also in the bill states that must have regard to the code. Just a little bit about what Nature Scott's role will be in these licenses and code of practice. It's proposed to be the licensing authority, which lead on developing and implementing these new licenses. Currently, we issue about 5,000 licenses a year, so we can pull on that knowledge and that skill and that experience, and also lead on developing these code practices. But we can't do this all alone. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to do that, so we'll bring in other organisations and individuals, and we already have set up 2 code working groups, one for the Muirburn and one for Grouse Moor, and they include organisations like RSPB, like Scottish Raptor Study Group, and land management organisations as well. And part of that process enables us to see where the common ground is, as well as where there are differences in opinions. We know that there are polarised views, but it's an opportunity to find common ground as well. And I thought it might be useful just to think quickly. I've got a horrible feeling I'm not going to beat Bob in my timing here, but I've only got a couple of slides left. An opportunity to just think about the role of regulation in change and manage and influence the way that the uplands and land is managed. So I think it can work in 2 ways. It can work as a stick. There is a sanction for behaviours which go against that regulation. There's the ability to regulate those behaviours. But there's also the opportunity to recognise and generate confidence in agreed behaviours and actions. So it's a kind of 2-way thing. And also, in order to be as effective as it can, needs to work together with any incentives and any other best practice. So you've got a kind of coherent set of ways of managing the land. Now, obviously, this is not without its challenges. Resources, that's been mentioned already. It is resource intensive. There's no getting away from that. And we have a licensing team, a growing licensing team in NatureScot, and we're working to ensure that we do have the resources to carry out the license development, but the monitoring of compliance, which we talked about earlier, is being very important. Some of the challenges around that are that we've estimated how many licenses there might be, but there's a bit of an unknown in that story, and when they will be received as well. So we need to think all about all of these things. And the other challenge is that land management, and including moorland, is being subject to potential profound change. So we've got the Wildlife Management and Muirburn Bill, which we're talking about today, but there's also an agricultural bill. There's proposed changes around land reform. There's the consultation on Scotland's biodiversity strategy. There's changes to deer legislation. And collectively, those represent a really significant change. But in order for it to be as effective as it can be, they need to kind of be integrated and work together. And that represents a challenge when you might get an individual working on one part of the jigsaw. It's bringing that whole jigsaw together, which we need to try and do. At the heart of all of this is obviously people, and there's the need for the just transition, a phrase used a lot, but it takes a bit of time to think about what we really mean by that. And I think it just recognises that people are at the heart of the change of anything we need to do with land management, because it will affect people, and we need to work with and help people adjust and evolve as much as we can do. Of course, challenges also are opportunities. So what are the opportunities? Well, this is very much in the face of the nature climate crisis, and by introducing hopefully a strong deterrent to raptor persecution and a licence which helps support our peatlands, we can support biodiversity and climate outcomes in a tangible way. And the codes, I think, can help with that as well. by just helping to articulate what is needed to be done. And the other benefit is that it can increase understanding of upland management across the piece, and I think that's really useful too. That's sort of developing a collective understanding. And part of that can be through a licence. Generally speaking, a species licences anyway will require data to come back as a condition of that licence. So these licences offer that opportunity to just understand more about what is going on and therefore to make more informed decisions going forward. And it can encourage people to work together, which is a challenge and an opportunity, but very much an opportunity, I think. So in conclusion, the primary aim and the route through which these licences have come to us and through the bill is to tackle raptor persecution and other wildlife crime. But they can also help to ensure our moorlands play a key role in the nature climate crisis and to have a wider application. And that's me.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm afraid you didn't challenge Bob quite as closely as you wanted to, Jessica, but it was a very concise and welcome presentation. It leads me to think of one thing. I'm running a campaign at the moment called Restore Nature Now. We have a website, restorenaturenow.com, and there you can find posters which you can download and print. You can either post them on a wall, or you can post them through a letterbox, or you can put a stamp on an envelope and post them to your potential elected representatives. And what we're asking is that they put mandatory pledges in their manifestos, given there's a forthcoming election, that will lead to changes in forestry, farming and fishing. And part of that is that they invest significantly in nature restoration and recovery by providing adequate finance for statutory bodies like NatureScot. Everything Jessica has described is clearly well thought through, but it needs support, and it does therefore need our support to make that in any way feasible. So you could go to restorenaturenow.com, download those and send them to your potential elected representatives at this critical time, whilst they should be drafting the manifestos to attract your votes. Okay, well, guess what? We've run over, but we're still going to obviously do some questions. So let's have hands up. Please shout really loudly. I'm not sure what the acoustics are like in here. I'm not sure we've got any microphones. Well, there's a gentleman there. Look, let's go to you straight away. The gentleman in the foreground. There are two, one behind each other. Yes, you, sir. Shout really loudly. Yep. That's better.
Can you hear me better? My question is, will the bill allow the proposed licences to be made publicly available? Because it would be really useful, I think, for all of us and others to sort of keep an eye on what's going on in our local area. And if we know what landowners are supposed to be doing and not doing, there's more chance that compliance will happen. Thanks.
Jessica, we could go to you for that one, because it's essentially about monitoring, isn't it, really, and how that monitoring process is going to be set up to make sure that it's valid.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Yes. So I haven't got all the answers to that question, but I think generally when we talk about the information that comes back from licenses at the moment, we can aggregate the information and put that. On our website, I think we have information on species licenses generally and on including information on deer licenses. But that's something we can look at, I think, in a bit more detail, just in terms of what it would be useful for people to understand about them. It's likely that there will be some tailoring of licenses, so we wouldn't necessarily be able to put, or would it be appropriate to put all the individual details of our license, but more kind of generally, we can look into that, yeah. Okay, question down here in the front.
just wait for the microphone, sir. Thank you.
We don't have good codes of practice in, say, bear baiting or cockfighting or whatever. Why are we willing to accept this notion that, you know, there's good ways of killing birds?
I don't think we're going to have any dispute about the illegal killing of birds, but I think, as Bob was, alluding to, there's a large number of animals which are killed legally at the moment, and I guess that's where your concerns lie. Bob, I'll pass that one over to you, because again, Revive did produce a report, I forget the title of it, about the enormous number of animals which are legally removed from the ecosystem here in Scotland.
That was after a considerable amount of field work as well by the League and others. And yeah, we don't actually know. There's no reporting system at the moment at all. So that's where this could happen. But to answer your question sort of more directly, yeah, you're right. Why are we're accepting this, and I'm not accepting this. But this part of our session is about the bill in front of us. So we have to sort of think, work with what we have at the moment. But yeah, our ultimate, we don't want these sorts of traps. We don't want this to be happening in these areas. And I think the beautiful thing about the Revive coalition is that through land reform, through change, through those methods, we might actually achieve quite a lot of what we're trying to do, which is, stop these cruel acts or legal cruel acts from going on.
Thank you, Bob. What about a question over here? So that person just there, I can see you. Yeah, just if you'd wait for the microphone, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I've heard what I might call cautious optimism that the reform bill will pass. So what do you think might be getting in the way at the moment?
Ian, I'll come to you for that one.
I agree cautious optimism is, I think, the right attitude that most of us probably have at the moment. We've had, as I said in my presentation, we've had various bits of legislation introduced over the last 15 to 20 years that we hoped would make a difference, but they haven't. And I think the reason they haven't is that they have by and large tinkered around the edges rather than presented a real deterrent to stop people undertaking criminal acts. I think what is proposed in this bill, as I said, as long as it is accompanied by robust compliance, monitoring and enforcement, does represent a real game changer and is probably the best opportunity we've ever had to make the management of our upland more sustainable.
Okay, someone else from the side?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the conference today, and thank you for all your hard work and courage. Are you expecting Scotland's Procurator Fiscal to prosecute criminal behaviour around moor burn? Woodland regulator Scottish Forestry hasn't taken forward a single prosecution for unlicensed felling in ancient woodland in at least 10 years. And Scottish Forestry officials say the Procurator Fiscal isn't interested and doesn't have time to do this. Do we need a dedicated environmental court in Scotland?
I'm sorry, Helen. I was being democratic and passing the questions equally among the people who've given their presentations. And given that you've done some work for forest research, I'm passing this beauty on to you.
Yes. It would be a great thing to have, because that's often the case, isn't it? That you can break the law, but if there's nobody who's got the resources to actually follow that up, then nothing happens. And just to come back on the thing about public information, which is quite relevant to this as well. Too often, when public money gets given to landowners, the information on what it's been given for and how it's being spent is classed as business sensitive. So we don't get access to it as the public. As far as I'm concerned, everything that involves licensing or subsidies or grants should be made public on an individual level. But as a matter of course, you shouldn't have to go through a freedom of information process to get hold of it.
Thank you very much. Maybe time for one more. Is there anyone at the back there? Yes, there's someone waving their hand right at the back. It's a long jog for the people with the microphone. But please wait for that microphone. Hold on a moment, madam. Let's wait for this person at the top. Bit of law and order here, you know. Madam, let's just wait for this one and I'll come back to you. Since you're so determined, I admire that. Okay, so your question at the back, please.
Yeah, just a question to do with licensing. Since they've brought in beaver licensing, more beavers have been killed in Scotland than before the licensing. So I'm back to the late front point, does it really work?
Does the licensing really work, given the contraventions that have been in place since the beaver licensing and the fact that NFU Scotland has this week asked for another consultation, which is extremely disappointing? I suppose, Jessica, this question ought to go to you, but it's a poison chalice. I mean, what we haven't had yet is an opportunity to see whether this forthcoming licensing, if it comes through in a robust enough form, if the government sees through its duty to pass it in the way that it's practical to implement. So I can't prejudge it. So maybe, Jessica, are you in a position, I don't know, because I don't know about your professional capacities within Nature Scotland, but to comment on what's happened with the beavers? I mean, look, as I said, it was a poison chalice. The point is, there has been widespread criticism of Nature Scots' handling of those beaver licences and farming fraternities' behaviour. So there is the consensus, but as voiced by the lady at the back here, that licensing system hasn't worked. So therefore, is there a source of optimism that should this one pass, that there is that it might?
I think it's always good to be optimistic. I'm afraid I can't really comment on the beaver one. That's not one I'm so close to. Echo. But there are a lot of people thinking, concentrating, working out the practicalities behind the scenes in terms of the grouse moor. And I think there's a lot of passion and energy and knowledge going into it, and an awareness that perhaps drawing on the experiences of ones which people feel haven't worked as well, and looking to why that might be, and then how that can be used to ensure that the grouse moor licence and Muirburn licence do. Licences are challenging, there's no doubt about that, but I think the intention is that they do act as the deterrent that they are intended to. I think that's all I can say, really.
Jessica, thanks very much. I think that deserves a round of applause because I did put you on the spot there. But it is a spot that's worth putting everyone on, given the point you raised. Now, the lady at the front here was determined to say something. Madam, please wait for a microphone, whatever happens. Here we are.
In view of the harm done to moorland by sheep grazing and the suitability of moorland for tree planting, since it used to be primeval forest, would you be in favour of the Scottish Government giving financial support to sheep farmers who are willing to make the transition to stock-free and engage in rewilding and tree planting activities on the moor?
I tell you what, rather than put any of our panellists on the spot, why don't we just have a vote? So, Madam, look behind you. I'm going to ask, who would be in favour of that suggestion? Hands up. I think you've won a very popular vote this afternoon, Madam. There's no question about that. And at some point, we hope we see draft legislation to bring that into policy reform here in Scotland. There's still time. Okay, what there isn't time is for you to have quite as much tea and coffee as you were previously going to have, because we've run over. Can I ask you, now let me just have a look here, what are we dealing with? Oh my goodness me. You're going to burn your lips at this rate. So it's 15:40, we're meant to be back at 15:45. Shall we say 15:50. Is 15 minutes enough time to stir and slurp? I think it is. bill on the horizon and the appetite for land taxes increasing, now is the time for Scotland to start pushing for genuine and radical change on the way that its land is owned. The most inequitable land ownership in the developed world. Right. To discuss this topic, Amanda Bergauer will be talking about how land reform and grouse moor reform can give rural Scotland thousands more jobs than it currently has. Thomas Widrow will discuss the carbon emissions land tax. Dr. Craig Dial will be addressing how local democracy and local empowerment could be a key part of any meaningful land reform. Then lastly, Lesley Riddoch will be talking about how strong land reform movement can make a difference in changing the face of Scotland. Clearly something has to change. So first of all, let's welcome Amanda. She was appointed by the Commonweal Board as a part-time director in 2021. She is a serial entrepreneur and committed community activist with a broad experience in both private companies and charities. She was also previously chair of the Scottish Rural Action and ran the Scottish Rural Parliament. Amanda, please come and tell us a little bit about how grouse moor reform can give rural Scotland more jobs than it currently has.
Hi. Let's start off with sport shooting, which I think is what you've been hearing about today. I don't know, it's never seemed like much of a sport to me. You know, standing in a line full of people who are armed with guns, letting other people push those birds towards you, towards their death. And even the less intensive walked up shoot, where a smaller party traipses the hillside using dogs to flush out game birds, again, to their death. Well, it doesn't seem very sporting to me. I'm all for walking the hills with my dogs. I've got two. But I've never had to kill anything to enjoy those walks. And for me, that's what this is all about. But some people do, and they're willing to pay for the privilege. If I go to my local butcher, I can buy a brace of grouse, that's 2 birds, for under £15 for dinner. But shooters, especially foreign visitors, will pay over £5,000 to kill those 2 birds. And for me, that's just outrageous. So it's no wonder that our shooting estates have got a drive to intensify our grouse moors. You've probably heard about medicalised grit today, about moor burn. Well, why? More grouse, more pheasants, more death, more money. And so today I do want to talk about the money and the facts behind that money in rural Scotland. Because when it comes to the rural economy, there's a lot of very confusing information out there. Many shooting estates will tell you that sport shooting is a traditional rural pursuit and it's an important contribution to our rural economy. But is it? I'm going to try and talk about some of those things now. We're told that driven grouse shoots contribute around £30 million a year to the Scottish economy, and they support the greatest number of jobs per hectare. The amount of land that is reserved as grouse moors is over 1.5 million hectares. So that annual contribution equates to £20 per hectare. Now, if anybody's getting a bit confused about hectares, I should just say a hectare is just under 2.5 acres. So it's, or 10,000 square meters. So that's a lot of land to deliver only £20 a year. And we can't really compare moorland with agricultural land in terms of economic value. And we have to understand that agricultural land in Scotland is mainly around the coasts and on the northeast. But if you compare the average farm size in the UK, in 2021, that was 81 hectares. But the average grouse moor is about 3,300 acres. I just want you to understand the size of some of these shooting estates. Now, obviously, this isn't agricultural land. If you live in an area like I do, you'll know it's not agricultural land. I live on the edge of one of the not good estates that was infamous for its rapid persecution and everything else. So much so that the Americans that used to lease that shoot every year have been too ashamed to turn up for the last 10 years. So we've had no shooting at all on our estate for 10 years now. And it's made a dramatic difference. What land used to be drained every year to allow sheep to graze has not been drained, and that peat bog has reclaimed itself. By being left alone, we now have a fantastic peat bog on what was land used for sheep and shooting. So let's think about what alternative uses for this vast tracts of land could there be. Forestry statistics show us that only 18.7% of Scotland is currently forested, which is way under the European average, where the tree cover is normally around 40%. In contrast, just to give you some ideas, grouse shooting estates make up 20% of all land in Scotland. More grouse moors than trees in a climate emergency just makes no sense. And just one little fact that I've been told today, Helen earlier mentioned that 163 hectares were being used or subjected to muir burn. The total amount of land in Scotland that is used for growing vegetables is 21,000 hectares. Now, I know we can't necessarily grow vegetables on the moorland, but it gives you an idea of the percentage of land and how it's being used. So we've talked about forestry. In Commonwealth's fully costed Green New Deal for Scotland, we looked at new business innovations, including timber products for construction using laminated techniques, as well as biofilms and other products that are ideally suited to be established in rural Scotland as new, innovative, entrepreneurial businesses that would create jobs, as well as providing an interesting input to our economy. So what about jobs? So the research that we did as part of our Revive Coalition shows that forestry can provide a job for every 42 hectares. Grouse shooting, not so much, one for every 330 hectares. And if we looked at agriculture, at farming, not taking any account of the subsidies, would be looking at one job for every 183. So forestry, without all the businesses that could be supported by forestry going on around it, is definitely the winner when it comes to job creation. So if growing our rural economy means growing new businesses and growing our existing businesses that are in both rural and urban areas, well, what do we need? For rural businesses, we have to have access to land, for housing, for production facilities, and for community spaces. We've got thriving businesses that already exist in rural Scotland. I'm thinking of a sawmill in Fort William, where they would not where they're not able to bring on the number of professional engineers that they need because there is no available housing. And that means that their business is being held back, which means that the amount of money they're prepared to invest in the business is diminished, because without those valuable employees, they can't move forward. And it's true that really it's the landowners and the managers that make the most direct decisions about land use. But public influence really strongly influences both their decisions and government policy. So you all do have a say in this. And I really want you to use your powers to let people know. After the clearances, vast tracts of land were left uninhabited. And land ownership really hasn't changed that much. There have been a few bursts over the centuries, but we're still looking at a situation where the 433 private landowners own 50% of the land. And the latest estimate of Scotland's population is 5,327,000. So that actually means that half of a fundamental resource for the people of Scotland is owned by 0.0008% of the population. That doesn't sound very democratic to me. But it's not all bad. 8 environmental organisations own a combined total of 391 hectares. So that's about 2.6% of Scotland's land area. And we've seen the emergence of a lot of local community land ownership partnerships with now around, I think we've got 19 community land owners owning around 405 hectares, so still quite small. And some owners are obviously more benevolent than others. The John Muir Trust, whom we're going to hear from very shortly, owns 60,000 acres. But the biggest private landowner in Scotland is Anders Poulsen. He's a Danish billionaire. He's Scotland's richest man. He owns 220,000 acres of land across 12 different estates in Scotland. And he's actually beat out the Duke of Buccleuch, who used to hold that accolade until recently with his 200,000 acres. And his mainly in the south of Scotland and the other way around. And between the two of them, they actually make Sheikh Al Maktoum's holdings seem pretty insignificant. He only has 60,000 acres, poor man. But even more, we can look at government agencies and public bodies. They own 12.5% of our land. And they work for us. We have to hold them to account for the use of that land. Forestry and Land Scotland own more than 1 million acres. They generate £295 million per year from their land holding. And so perhaps they maybe could give out some tips to these grouse moors, because that's a much better ratio than the £20 coming per hectare from the grouse. And so while the private estates definitely claim to provide 8,000 jobs, rather than argue the economics of that, what about taxes? Well, I'm delighted to say that Mr. Poulsen does pay tax on his land. Yeah, he pays more than £100 million a year for his land in Scotland in tax to the Danish government, who tax land wherever it is if you're a citizen of Denmark. And I think this really is a vital point. If we look at the accounts in overseas tax havens, they own 750,000 acres of land in Scotland, and it's worth £2.9 billion. It's held offshore. it is subject to no taxes. That means no inheritance tax, no capital gains tax, which directly means no money, no support for the NHS or for public services. And we have to understand that land is a finite national resource that should belong to all of us. Ownership is the key determinant of how land is used. And the concentration of private ownership in rural Scotland often holds back both communities, entrepreneurs, local visions, and the ability to address identified community needs. So we need to stop grouse shooting, absolutely. But I'd suggest we also need genuine, ambitious land reform for climate, for our communities, for democracy, for our well-being, and our economy. So please talk to your elected representatives and make sure they understand that land reform is how we regain the well-being of our land. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. That was a brilliant distillation of an absolute shambles, which needs urgent reform. The point is, with all of that information at our fingertips, we are in the position to call for that reform because we have the truth there to be told. Next up, Thomas Widrow, Campaign Manager at John Muir Trust. He's been doing campaign work on the carbon emissions land tax. He has a background in campaigning for environmental and land-based work. He's going to talk about the carbon emissions land tax and how that could change the behaviour of landowners and pattern of land ownership. John Muir Trust, I should say, had the pleasure of working with them some time ago now. I wish I'd kept it up. They do great things with young people, and someone pointed out earlier, if we were to look at our audience today, as numerous as it is, it's not terribly diverse, is it? Hands up under 50. Okay, I was being a little bit ageist there. Right, let's skew the data. Hands up under 45. You liars. We're principally old and white. It was refreshing to see some young people around the John Muir stand. So, Thomas, come and tell us more about your...
Thank you all for attending today, and thank you to Max and Eliza Revive for inviting me as well. Chris, you actually stole my line there. I was going to do a little survey of the age in the audience, but we'll get to that in a minute. So I'm Thomas Widrow. I'm the campaigns manager from the John Muir Trust, and I'm here to say our land is in a sorry state. For the benefit of people who like to shoot deer or grouse for sport, our land has become scarred, depleted, trampled upon, emitting greenhouse gases when it should be a huge carbon sink, home to thriving, diverse habitats. Now, don't get me wrong, Scotland is doing something about this. There are public subsidies to plant native woodlands and restore peatlands. There's a nature restoration fund. There are even loosely regulated and very lucrative carbon markets. There are plenty of carrots out there to encourage landowners to do the right thing. But carrots aren't enough. Currently, 80% of our peatlands are degraded. And meanwhile, our native forest cover is struggling to expand due to the financial incentives to plant fast-growth monoculture and grazing pressure from unsustainably high deer numbers. There needs to be real repercussion for those who refuse to act for nature, for climate, and for communities. Our current land management contributes to Scotland's greenhouse gas emissions, but it has the potential to soak up enormous amounts of carbon. In fact, restoring to 75% of our damaged peatland and allowing our native forest cover to expand to 20% of its natural capacity would take away the equivalent of emissions of all the cars on all the roads in Scotland, plus some more. So how do we make sure that estates manage their land to lock up carbon, boost biodiversity, and strengthen rural communities. We ask that the Scottish Government legislates for a carbon emissions land tax. So what are we talking about here? The carbon emissions land tax would be a tax that's put in place by large rural councils, and it's based on two powerful principles. First, that large estates have a responsibility to manage their land in the public interest, by which we mean for climate, for nature, and for communities. And second, and this is crucial, that polluters should pay. And what would the outcome of a carbon emissions land tax be? It would be land use change on a landscape scale. With a carbon emissions land tax, we would see more native woodlands and shrubs regenerating and colonizing from rivers up mountainsides. We would see restored, wet, healthy bogs and peatlands. We would see less deer, but they would be healthier and happier, evolving their natural habitats, the woods. And we would see alongside deer much more nature and people too, working with the land, not against it. So how does the carbon emissions land tax work? In a nutshell, it's a bit like the energy performance certificate, the EPCs that we all have on our homes. The condition of each habitat on the estates will be measured using remote sensing technology to provide detailed maps and estimates of polluting greenhouse gases. And estates with habitats in poor conditions that release greenhouse gases will fall into different tax bands. And those who pollute the most will pay the most. And who will be liable? The roughly 667 estates, over 1,000 hectares in Scotland, that cover 60% of Scotland's land. And just so we're clear, we're not talking about people's back gardens here. If you don't know what 1,000 hectares looks like, you just don't own 1,000 hectares. And all estates above the threshold would be liable, whether owned by private people or businesses, charities or the state, with an exemption for community-owned land. And the revenue raised by councils could go to fund a just transition in wild places. The money could go towards funding for rural transport, housing insulation, community-owned renewables, and much more. It's a win-win situation. As estates change how they manage their land, they get to pay less tax. But while they pollute, their tax goes to fund a transition. And over time, the land and surrounding communities benefit from nature regeneration and increased carbon capture. So I want to take a quick moment here. We are knee-deep in nature and climate crisis. Sometimes I think about the year 2070, when those of us in the room under 30, might be a bit, who's under 30 here? All right, well, thank you for being here. Very much needed. I think about the year 2070, when those of us who are under 30 will be looking to retire, and I'm incredibly worried about what our world might look like then. If we don't act right now to drastically change the direction of travel, we will be spending our retirement years witnessing one climate disaster after the other, along with the immeasurable suffering unleashed by nature and climate breakdown. But there's still barely time. Time to put in place the measures we need to flatten and reverse the curve of polluting greenhouse gases. But we need to act a whole lot faster than we currently are. We need to put in place policies that will impact at scale, and we need those policies today. And that's why I'm spending my time advocating for a carbon emissions land tax. And that's because with a carbon emissions land tax, we aren't tinkering around the edges. Changing how we manage land is the key to Scotland reaching its carbon reduction targets. And along the way, it will improve nature and habitat diversity. It will mitigate flood risk and cascade down to countless other areas, such as better water quality and public health benefits. It will increase the source of high-quality, low-carbon fish and venison for local communities. And, of course, it will create many jobs in rural communities, in Scotland's rural areas, strengthening communities and diversifying their economies. Yes, it's about bold climate action. And yes, it's about restoring nature right across the country, but it's also about climate justice. Because the tax will apply to those who pollute the most, and the money raised can help mitigate the damage their actions caused. A carbon emissions land tax can change the face of Scotland, so we've launched a campaign to make it happen. And the good news is we're very close to winning, and here's why. Most importantly, the people are on our side. We've commissioned a poll, and we've asked if people thought estates have a responsibility to manage their land in the public interest, for nature, for climate, for communities. And over 70% said yes. We asked if you think polluting estates should have to pay for the damage caused, and over 80% of you said yes. All in all, 64% of people were in favour of a carbon emissions land tax. And the pattern was confirmed across all age groups and across all regions in Scotland. An overwhelming majority of voters from all parties, apart from the Conservatives, expressed support from the policy, but even among Tory voters, support for the tax outnumbered opposition. What you're seeing here, this isn't support. This is what we call a supermajority. And Scotland's civil society is also on our side. We've now got over 50 organisations, groups, churches, businesses, trade unions, coalitions backing our proposal. Have you heard of the Vegan Society? They back our campaign. Have you heard of the Scottish Trade Union Congress? They back our campaign. Have you heard of Oxfam, the Quakers, or Stop Climate Chaos? They back our campaign. Have you heard of Rewilding Britain, the Scottish Community Alliance, the Woodland Trust, Bumblebee Conservation Trust? I could go on. Revive, they all back our campaign. This is possibly the largest group of organisations to back one specific climate action measure in Scotland ever. Voters want this. The country wants this. It's time for change. It's time for a carbon emissions land tax. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that just 2 weeks ago, at the Scottish Greens Conference, the Scottish Government has committed to consult on measures that will tax carbon from land uses. This is a fantastic first step. It really is. And you can help ensure that we go all the way. To keep pressure on our politicians, and we do need to keep pressure on our politicians, you can all sign an open letter to the Scottish Government using the QR code on this slide. You can pull out your phone right now, see if a few of you are doing it, and you can take a photo, or if you're not into that, you can visit drumyourtrust.org/Celt. And when you sign the letter, sign up to campaign updates so I can let you know how you can turn up the heat and make sure the Scottish Government walks the talk when it comes to climate and nature action. So that's it from me. There will be the Q&A, but you can grab me at any point today, either on social media, email, or in person. And we can talk about this some more if you have any questions. I'm 100% convinced, that together we can make this happen. We can implement a carbon emissions land tax, and we can change the face of Scotland. Thank you very much.
We love 100% convinced. Next up, Dr. Craig DL is going to talk to us about how local democracy, critically local and local empowerment, be a key part of any meaningful land reform here in Scotland. Craig.
Everyone keeps stealing my lines as well. Let me get this working. Come on. No. Technical failure on the slides. Well, we'll try and get that fixed. I don't need to mention that figure again of the 430 odd below in half of Scotland, but did you know the top 4 own more land than all the community-owned land in Scotland? That's the level of inequality we have in the control of our land at the moment. The Scottish Government is bringing forward land reform, a land reform for net zero bill, but it is frankly quite not enough. The regulations in it are not strong enough, and in the initial draft of the bill, they were specifically targeted at only estates above 3,000 hectares. And we have it on authority and in public meetings saying that they chose 3,000 hectare limit because They didn't want to give the civil servants too much work to do, and they thought it was too expensive to regulate the land. Here's a radical idea. How about we use the fines from the landowners who breach the regulations to pay for the regulations? I am glad there is discussion about bringing that limit down to something like 500 hectares. I'm also very encouraged by politicians like Mercedes Villalba, who wants to have a presumption against owning more than 500 hectares. So we'll see how those discussions go. But on democracy, Scotland is not just excellent, thank you. Scotland's not just highly centralised in terms of its land ownership, but also highly centralised in our democracy. Between the Holyrood and Westminster Parliaments, they control 85% of all public spending in Scotland. And that number goes up to more like 95% when you consider things like the ring fencing on local authority funding. The amount of spending power available to local communities in Scotland is essentially negligible. And we can see the extreme of that in our largest local authority, Highland, and how it compares to your average European council. Scotland is not normal in this regard. Our average local council has a population almost 10 times the EU's average for their most local level of democracy. Scotland isn't even close to our neighbours in this regard. Even England has better local democracy than Scotland does. I'm going to give you a little example, and this is me, this is my community. My village doesn't even have a community council. About half of the areas in Scotland that could have a community council do not have one. Instead, we have a local coordination group, which has no budget, no elections, and effectively no power. Our local authority, my local authority, South Lanarkshire, spends approximately £2,400 per year on me, taken across the averages, although that, I hear, is probably going to go down in the next budget. We'll see how that goes. We do have a level of community participatory budgeting, but that comes across often as some sort of public service Hunger Games, where we get to pick which service gets cut next. That's not local democracy. I want to compare this to a very similar location. It's actually where my father-in-law lives in Germany. He lives in a village much the same size as mine, next to a town, much the size of my next nearest town. This is how his public spending looks. 18% of all the public spending that affects him is controlled by his municipal council. That municipal council is responsible to a population of about 20,000 people. A small town plus a few villages outlying it. The federal government in Germany isn't even the most powerful government in his area with regards to, in terms of percentage of money spent. It's actually quite interesting. Cologne also has a participatory budget scheme, and it's one of the biggest in the EU now. And it's hailed as like the future of democracy. But in terms of scale, South Lanarkshire's participatory budget is about £17 per person per year. That's how much power we have in that kind of local area. Cologne's is about 20 cents per person per year. That's one of the biggest in the EU. Maybe because they actually have functioning local democracy, they don't need these little ad hoc funds. So what can we do about it? This is the topic of a paper that we published a few years ago called Development Councils. Please go to the Commonwealth website, have a look at it. It does kind of try to get to more of that European municipal model, but it does obviously take us from where we are in Scotland today. What it would do is allow you to set up a municipal council in your village, your town, your city, neighbourhood, whatever, and allows you to draw powers down from your local authority. Now, these could be for a specific project. They could be time limited. We've had case studies of people who wanted to pull down the power to organise better waste disposal of the tourist area of their town during peak season, for instance. And when you don't need that power, you can push it back up. We're confident, though, that as people gain confidence in pulling these powers down for their projects or for particular times, they start to realise, why do we need to give them back? Can't we just keep them? Through that mechanism, your municipal council starts to gain power and starts to get confident in using it. These would be elected councils. But even better than that, the elected council would have a board of governors, or actually a citizens' assembly. Each one of you would have the right to go to the annual assembly for your municipal council and set the strategy for the next year, assess the performance, and monitor hustings of the elected officials in election years. We know this kind of community ownership works because we see this working, even when it's done incompletely in Scotland and surrounding areas. We know what the Breton model looks like in urban areas. This kind of democratic reform isn't just a rural issue, as important as it is for rural areas where your local council is halfway across the country. We have seen this cause regeneration in high streets and in towns and things like the Preston model. What would the Perth model look like if we had the actual local democracy to control it better? We've seen community land buyouts in Egg and Langham and other places around Scotland, and we've seen the wonderful things that they can do, but they're still ad hoc things based on communities thrown at a problem that suddenly appears in front of them with no warning. They're then forced to scrabble around to get the experience, to then try and find the grant funding that may or may not exist this year, may or may not exist next year. Why can't we have a much more sustainable, systemic and democratic model in Scotland? We've seen the power that communities have when they're given the least amount of tools possible. What happens when we start to create a Scotland that the rest of Europe calls normal? Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Right, next up, Lesley Riddoch is an award-winning broadcaster, journalist, campaigner, author, filmmaker who's helped to bring land reform as an issue to the forefront of Scottish politics. She runs a popular podcast, regularly offers analysis on Scotland and the UK's top political TV shows. And she's going to be talking to us how about a strong land reform movement will be able to make a key difference to the changing face of Scotland. Lesley.
Thanks very much indeed. I'm going to try and not throw any more statistics at you, because, I mean, you know, there's a lot. It's a lot to take in today, I think, as an earlier speaker said already. I'm really just trying to orientate us now a wee bit towards what we do with all of this. Because I have a friend who once used to talk about the tendency in Scotland, perhaps across the world, to go to the scene of an accident, not the cause of the accident. And described us as a nation of ambulance chasers. And we've got good at going to the scenes of accidents because there's a lot of accidents about. But you can keep doing that, and you will keep doing that until you begin to look at what's actually causing the problems that you keep rushing to try to sort. I'm struck by all of this today, actually, listening, is how many accidents we are having to rush to with their infinite level of detail, with their huge complexity, with their demand that the best you can possibly get is a community that takes over and has to then understand all those languages to be able to progress. Those communities have to become better HR experts than the folk who are paid megabucks to sit in offices and do it. They have to understand tendering. They have to understand carbon offsetting. These are volunteers, and God love them. God loved them. But is that our model? Because this is crazy, actually, in many respects. I think we're missing the big thing. We need land reform. We need it for its own sake. We need it for the land. We need it for the animals. We need it for the birds. We need it for the plants. We need it for the humans, can I say, in this room of animal lovers. Because we are a species too. And, you know, at one of these previous events, I got kind of a wee bit annoyed with somebody who actually said it was easier to deal with landowners like Anders Poulsen because he's one guy and you don't have to run your way around lots of little community buyouts. You see, this kind of big is beautiful approach is a very popular one in Britain. It really has persuaded people that that's the way, economically, at community level, at natural level, at restoration level. And it's wrong on every count, practically every count.
So it's a hard job to have to put this out, but community control, yes, and even more than that, is that we actually just need to break up large estates for everyone, not even just for communities, but for private individuals who own. The situation of land ownership in Scotland is so weird that we regard community buyouts, and as you may know, I was very involved with very jolly Isle of Egg buyout for many years, 25 years old, quarter of a century of management, has transformed Egg on practically every front. But actually, here's my 1%. The amount of community land in Scotland at the start of the Scottish Parliament was 0.7% of the land. It is now 2.9%. You know, do the maths and figure out incrementally how long it'll be before we get somewhere meaningful. It's a long time. And so what we need is we really do need some big old stuff here on the legislative books, and we haven't got it. What's coming in the next Land Reform Act, I'm sorry, but it's another fudge. It's looking at trying to interfere if there's going to be 3,000 hectares or more. You can argue 3,000 hectares, 500 hectares, whatever, that a public interest test will be applied. I'm sorry, do you know something? You get old enough, you've seen it all before. 2016, Andy, I seem to remember, we were going to have a public interest test applied for negligence. Communities, if they were brave enough, could report, could shop, could clape on their landowners and say that actually that there was such negligence that they couldn't have a sustainable life. Nobody's used it. Nobody. And here we are again. We're going to have another small measure that may get used, may not get used. The big stuff, we need a land tax. We need things that have been promised already. We need a compulsory sales order. See, that's a boring one, but that's the one that would allow councils to do something about land, because they don't want a compulsory purchase order. They don't want to take stuff on their books that they're then going to have to get rid of. They want to compel people to sell. That was promised to us. It's just slipped right off the agenda. Succession Act, we were promised that too. We are practically the only country left now where it's okay for children not to equally inherit land. We were promised that would change. It hasn't changed. So we need a whole set of big things, and the list is longer. Those things are not likely to happen, I'm afraid, unless we kind of get a bit serious about focusing on land reform for its own right, for the benefits it would produce in Scotland. Now, this is sitting here because this is one microcosm of things. It's Glen Prosen, it's one of the Angus Glens. I know it very well. I've got pals that live up there. It was recently, Upper Glen Prosen was recently bought by Forest Land Scotland for 17 million quid. Now, that is our money. Anyway, it was good that it went because it was previously owned by a merchant banker from London who doubled his money by buying it. Same old speculative stuff. I think it was actually happened on a sort of secret deal. So actually it was something that only a big body like FLS could buy. It couldn't have been broken up to local farmers because nobody knew it was being on sale. And that's normal. Anyway, that is not just, your average. We've seen these pictures all day. But that's part of why Brechin flooded. And nobody is even mentioning it. On programme after programme, there'll be all sorts of wondering, how things could be improved. Look at that. The runoff, as we've heard before, and Prosen water runs into the river southwest, runs straight through Brechin. And all those Angus Glens are like that at the top. You might not know because you might not have been, because why would you go there? What is there for you to see or be in? Now, my pals are actually trying. The reason we're there, and I practically broke my butt actually trying to follow these guys on mountain bikes, was because people want to put a proposal forward to turn that whole estate, which is basically contiguous with Glendall over the hill in Glenclova, to turn it into a sort of mountain biking paradise, same as Evanstains, or something that would allow people to go. It would allow businesses, perhaps. It would allow cycling businesses. It would get people back into the Glen. At the moment, although there's a community consultation officer, and that suggestion has been made several times, it's very much talk to the hand. So my point is, we need more than just the thing of community ownership. With this, which is now owned in the public domain, we need to be able to say what kind of forests we want. Are we just going to have more blanket but sort of right-on forestry this time? Are we going to have people in forests like every other country at our latitude? There's nobody else that has plantations and keeps the people out. It's only us. So let's not do that again, and let's find a way to get involved. There's one thing I wanted to say in conclusion, really, which is if you look at the example that Andy had produced a long time ago, that incredible statistic that I understand he's updated, the 432 people who own half of Scotland's private land. I mean, there's another really striking statistic we should get, which is 100,000 people in Finland in the Metsäliitto cooperative. 100,000 people own half of Finland's forests. The idea of these monolithic ownership types, again, I'm just paying tribute to Andy Whiteman because he did all the research on this. Yes. But when you buy big for land, you buy big for forestry, you buy big for councils, you just buy big. And you price yourselves out of it the same way that we used to flare gas off oil rigs because we couldn't figure what it was for. We're flaring us off right now, and it's got to change. And I just wanted to say that point about, Finland, this is a question of emotional and mental ownership. And this is what we need to get back, because it's not just that you probably haven't been up there, because why would you? It's that we don't feel that we have this relationship with our land, a loving relationship. I just wanted to finish by quoting a couple of the national anthems. These are the ones that tell you where people are at. Here's the national anthems for those countries. Finland, ones where, it's all the people that own the forestry. No mount that meets the heavens band, no hidden vale, no wave-washed strand, is loved as is our native north, our own forefathers' earth. That's Finland. Sweden, thou ancient freeborn mountainous north, in beauty and peace our hearts beguiling, I greet thee, thou loveliest land on earth, thy sun, skies, verdant meadows smiling. Norway, or Denmark indeed, I know a lovely land with spreading shady beaches near Baltic's salty strand. Its hills and valleys gently fall. Its ancient name is Denmark. Are you getting the gist? And let's just cut to us. God save our gracious King. Or let's take it a bit closer to home. O flower of Scotland, when will we see thy like again? That fought and died for your wee bit hill and glen. Now, I don't know. It's not good enough to have anthems that simply talk about how we're ruled. It's not actually good enough to have national anthems that talk about us being big enough to get us off our butts and basically take the fight to the enemy back over the border. That's not it either. The mark of a country that has emotional ownership of its assets is one that understands its land is beautiful. And the fact that we haven't got it is testified by these small things like anthems. So I'm thinking something which is, you guys was meant to talk about how to start a land reform movement. You're it. You've done very well. This is coalition, which is a tremendous thing. But you've already managed to get the ban on snares. Excellent. You're moving on the grouse reform. You'll get there. Can I ask you if you're interested in taking on land reform next? Because unless we get to the scene of the accident, to the cause of the accident rather than the scene, we'll repeat this in every aspect of our lives until we're all old, including you 30-somethings. Thank you.
Thank you, Lesley. not only was it poignant and powerful, it was also coming in at number 2 for precision on timing. It's hard work, which means that we've got plenty of time for questions. So let's have a show of hands. Any questions? Come on. Right. There's a gentleman here at the front. Who's got the mic? The mic's coming. Here it is. Just wait for that.
Thank you. Referring back to the earlier session, a simplistic question. There's a recognition throughout the day that grouse shooting is inherently a bad thing, and it's the cause of all manner of evils. So why are we tying ourselves in knots and jumping through regulatory hoops at vast cost in order to accommodate this activity? Would anybody here really object to banning it altogether and focus funding on the opportunities, remember, that would present?
You are looking at someone who's launched at least 2 petitions to ban driven grouse shooting. So my view is very clear. The exercise of licensing, the monitoring of that, the resourcing of the funds to cover that, given the proportionate damage done by driven grouse shooting, exacerbated by the urgency to instigate those reforms, from my perspective, said ban it, not go through this process. However, we work within a system where change is sometimes motivated by progressive models of transition. I was going to talk about this at the end, but a just transition is something that I think is important to offer. Now, you may consider that we've already offered a just transition or opportunities for that transition to the driven grouse shooting industry, and they've failed to take up all of those. They continue to kill our birds of prey. They've continued to burn the moors and damage the peat. They've drained it, they've poisoned it, they've exterminated all of the potential predators of grouse. So from my point of view, I feel that we have offered them that opportunity for just transition and they've not taken it. So if it were put to a vote, whether we license or ban, then Ruth and Mark and I from Wild Justice have long led calls for a ban. I think from that point of view, we have positioned ourselves as extremists and radicals, and it has facilitated the progress that's been made that we've heard spoken of today through the RSPB's actions, Revive, One Kind, all of the agencies, including Scottish Nature Scot as it is now. So that's where we find ourselves at. So at this point in time, I suppose we are happy. We're happy that we're moving in that direction. But do I see it as a solution? I don't. Ruth, is there anything you might want to add to that? You were the speaker in that session. Do you want to come up? Or do you got a mic?
It's a question that's asked all the time, and it's difficult to answer it. But I think the reality is you have to be pragmatic, and there's absolutely no way that this government or whichever government is going to go from 0 straight to a ban. It's just not going to happen as much as we would like it to. So licensing for me is the midpoint. It's not the end. It might be the end, but I just don't see that it's going to be effective because of all the reasons that we've talked about today. And when it isn't effective, in however many years we have to wait, the government has nowhere else to go but a ban. So it's a step on the way for me.
Okay. Does anyone from this panel want to add anything to that? It was principally directed at the earlier panel. Oh, okay, it's good.
I can add very quickly something.
Lean into the mic.
Can you hear me now? Yes. We can do something more than just regulatory. I mean, the whole point of a tax is to hit them where it hurts, is to hit their money. So we can get there, and the purpose of taxes can be multiple, there can be multiple reasons for taxing people, but we're looking at taxing bad behavior, and that disincentivizes the behavior from happening in the first place. So you can achieve this route or this outcome through different means, I guess.
That was a strong curry that we had at the Tableau restaurant last night. Who would like to ask another question? Okay, let's move in. We'll move over a sweep in that direction to make it easier for the mic. So the gentleman there in the orange, please.
Okay. With regards to rapture persecution in the Devon grouse moors, when we get a gamekeeper who's caught at the killing these birds, he goes to court and he's maybe fined whatever it is, a pittance. Would it not be better to find the owner, not the manager, the owner of that estate, and get him under the law?
Okay, Amanda, we'll come to you first for that one. So just essentially what we're looking at here is vicarious liability, which we have had in, on paper, but it's never been exercised properly. And Ian Thompson, is Ian still here? Where's Ian? Okay, Ian, yeah, if you take the mic, I'll ask you about this second. So Amanda, you go first.
I'm not sure if it's working, yes. So within my local area, where behaviour used to be appalling, and it is now much better, that has been driven by pure economics, by the fact that nobody wanted to lease the shoot. We have had multiple instances of fines being laid against both gamekeepers, gamekeeper assistants, and even the landowners themselves, but the fines themselves are just, £100 here, £100 there. That's just the cost of doing business. And so it really has no effect whatsoever. We need to make the punishment fit the crime. And if people can get £5,500 for killing 2 birds, where's your £100 fine in that? But I will also say, and this comes down to a matter of legislation and justice, that it is one thing to put bills through Parliament, but the sheriffs and other people within our judiciary have to understand that these are not minor offences. And I think probably many of us in this room know of an instance where a case has appeared before a sheriff and the resulting sentence has been minor, almost just a slap on the wrist. So for me, that's what we need to do. As legislation goes through, we also need to make sure that that gets taken right to the judiciary, to people handing out sentences, because a £100 fine here and there is meaningless. Absolutely. Yeah, I would totally agree. Quite often the sheriff will actually be shooting with that landowner, so. Yeah.
Okay, Ian, we'll come to you. I'm going to ask you a slightly different question, or to reinterpret that question. We've heard a lot today about, we've had statistics, we've had a tremendous amount of fact, we've heard a tremendous amount of truth, but it was only Lesley at the end, reading from those national anthems, that was talking really about the way people feel. So can I ask you, you've devoted an enormous amount of your time securing the potential for prosecutions, and you've come up against exactly what this gentleman has raised, where paltry sentences have been handing out. How does that make you, your team, and the RSPB feel?
Challenges with vicarious liability or even just getting a prosecution is that it is based on a criminal burden of evidence. And as I said in my presentation, the vast majority of these crimes are happening in areas where there are no witnesses. There is nobody to report the crime. So the chance of the crime being detected in the first place is very, very slim.
and finding evidence to link it to an identifiable individual to a sufficient burden of proof to get a criminal prosecution is even slimmer. The Crown Office's view of vicarious liability is that best evidence for them in pursuing that prosecution is to already have an employee convicted. So in other words, you're dependent on this very, very slim chance of a sufficiency of admissible evidence being found. These prosecutions are like hen's teeth, and as you said, the penalties have been derisory, for want of a better expression. A number of years ago, the Scottish Government launched a consultation on penalties given to convicted wildlife criminals, and we were a consultee in that, and Professor Pousty from Strathclyde University published his review, but it took about 8 years for the Scottish Government to implement his recommendations a couple of years ago in the Scottish Parliament. So everything moves at a glacial pace, and we actually haven't had, for raptor persecution, a criminal conviction take place since that legislation was actually enacted. So it's difficult to see if that's going to make any difference to the level of penalties. But let's be realistic. When we spend a lot of time securing the evidence, preparing witness statements, working with the police on the follow-up, sitting in the witness room, being grilled by a defence QC who tries to trash our reputation, and you end up with a penalty of 1,500 quid, it's bloody frustrating.
Can we have a round of applause for Ian and his team? I think I can speak on behalf of everyone in saying we sympathise, but please don't give up. Winning is not giving up. Okay, it's time for a question on the side, so let's move over to this side. Remember, we are principally on this land's our land in this session. We've lapsed back to raptor persecution. Have we got a microphone over there? Yep. Okay, what about that? I can't see if it's a lady or a gentleman. Sorry, the lighting is at the back there. Okay, well, you've got one. Fine, far away.
It's on. Is it for me? Okay, Lesley, you're saying we should be implementing or encouraging land reform. Now, I believe our government has the powers to implement quite radical land reform. How do we make them use the powers they have to actually improve the conditions in Scotland before we lose them? How do we, the people, make them use the powers they have? Tax land reform.
Don't worry, I've got it.
Instead of just tinkering.
Okay, this is just, it seems to come on as you speak, miraculously at some point, but not yet. Yes, maybe? No? Okay. Right, well, anyway, right, there we are. Right, if I could answer that one, I wouldn't feel as old as I do now. Robin McAlpine, Andy, myself, and a couple of others set up a campaign called Our Land about 5 years ago, and we did lots of activism around Scotland. It might have just gone right over your heads, actually, but by gum, we did our dinger trying to reach people. The thing is, we're not, the land movement about people is not as well organised or funded as all the organisations about animals, to be blunt. Now, that's not to say, I completely support all the objectives of everything, all the bodies that are in this room. But, my folk came from Caithness, right? They were cleared for trees, they were cleared for birds, they were cleared for sheep, they were cleared for everything. And at the bottom of the pecking order every time is local people. Now, so that leaves people it's a difficult one because the main way that people are going to try to affect what happens is by scaring the bejesus out of the SNP, the Greens and the Labour Party. There is nothing but political fear that will make politicians act, I think now, as well as, on the other hand, because I'm a bit of a scary person, obviously, as well as having sort of sensible, calm people who can do lobbying at the same time. It's a combination of the two, I think, that begins to move things forward. Just to say, finally, for example, I understand that the Scottish Government is scared that if it takes more radical action, which, my God, is only normal in every other country at our latitude, right? But if the government took anything sterner or more robust in terms of action, it would find itself falling foul of the European Court of Human Rights and the property rights of landowners. Can I just say, bring it on? Because when the government, for example, was lobbied hard, and I've got to say, not scary, but in a persuasive way, about minimum alcohol pricing, it took on every court in the land and then the European court and won against the combined efforts of the alcohol lobby. So I only want to know, why can you be brave, and I think rightly brave, about alcohol and minimum alcohol pricing, and not brave about taking on land ownership in Scotland, which is strangling this country and sending our children abroad?
Thank you. Lesley, Craig, do you want to add anything?
I want to add in. I don't know if Lesley considers me the scary activist or the polite lobbyist.
You're reasonable.
Maybe I need to get scarier. Yeah. The general aspect, what Lesley was saying, also applies. You need to find what the politicians are not just afraid of, but what they can be moved on. The way to get any politician to do something that they don't want to do is to make not doing it worse. So it's find those points of pressure and keep pressing them from every single angle until you get what you want. As Lesley says, it's the groundswell campaign, it's community action, it is national scale lobbying, it's all of these things happening all at once that gets things to move. And Commonwealth's had massive success over the years doing exactly that. We know it works.
Thank you. We have one more question, and maybe one from the back in the corner there.
What about the token young person there, eh?
Is there a token young person? We're not going to go through that redefinition of young again, are we? But let's have this one at the back first. Like, go on.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It was really fascinating. I want to ask a question I'm embarrassed I don't know the answer to, but I think it follows on about where to address your political action. Can Scotland actually tax land? Do we have devolved powers to do that? Okay, there's general agreement. So, yeah, but maybe somebody wants to say a bit more. I've thought this was something that Westminster controlled.
Thomas?
I'll probably say the same thing, hopefully. We can implement new devolved taxation so local authorities are allowed, the Scottish Parliament, can legislate for local authorities to instigate new taxes. We can't have new national taxes unless Westminster says so, but the Scottish Parliament can legislate for local authorities to do it. No. So,
okay.
Right.
Thank you.
So when we first proposed this tax, it was proposed as a national tax during the Scottish Citizens' Assembly. And at the time, the Scottish Government said, this is not something that we can do easily because we're going to have to need permission from Westminster. We then took advice from the ERCS, so the Environmental Rights Centre for Scotland, and they said the same thing, but that we could do it as a local authority tax. And so that's what we've been campaigning to do.
Yeah, I think there's a slight difference in there between
I think you guys could get together when we finish and advise one another in the foyer. Where's the token young person? Hold on a moment. I was expecting someone of about 14. With respect, sir, what are you, pushing 25, 26 or something? 21? Oh, yeah. Looking good for your age. Give the young man a mic. Okay, just wait for the mic.
Thank you. Something that I think is just as important as I think grouse moor reform is absolutely needed and is really important, is that I feel like we haven't talked about enough today, is about forestry, about deer, and I feel like, you know, yesterday I was walking in Glen Lyon and there's a big deer fence, there's a thriving ecology on one side, and there's absolutely nothing other than a bit of trashed heather on the other side. And I guess I was just thinking about, you know, the Scottish Government spends hundreds of millions of pounds encouraging landowners to build big fences, to plant trees. Why? I mean, you know, 50 years ago, Norway had a very similar landscape to what Scotland does, and they just got rid of the deer. And I look at it, I mean, to me, it just seems like something we've got to have courage to take on landowners to cut the deer, and just seems like such a missing piece that would just unlock the whole landscape in Scotland. Sorry, I've gone on a bit of a rant, but my question is, what do you feel we can do to reform the way we think about deer in Scotland, and how do we achieve that?
Okay. I think you made a very valid point. We've been talking about grouse moor reform, but deer stocking numbers in Scotland are in many places untenable, and that's why the rewilding projects that have been undertaken have led to significant reductions, wholesale culling of deer or fencing if it can be, you know, appropriate cost-wise. And you're right again when you're talking about the damage that they do to the environment. There are a multitude of reasons for that. We might digress into those at some other point. But one thing that I would draw your attention to, at the risk of opening a can of very toxic worms, is that when you speak about Norway, you're talking about a country which has got wolf and lynx, and so they have natural deer predators. And you know that there's been ferocious opposition to even the thought of trialling lynx reintroduction projects. And it's not just about these animals killing the deer, it changes their behaviour when it comes to their foraging and browsing patterns, what we call the ecology of fear. But the last time I was given any data, it suggested that there were 350,000 roe deer, that's not red deer, but roe deer, smaller species, here in Scotland, and they are the principal target prey for lynx. So these sorts of progressive conservation policies would be part and parcel of addressing that. But you're right, it is an extraordinary bone of contention. It's something where conservationists again haven't risen to the challenge in order to, you know, address that reduction. And even now, it's difficult to complain about it. I spoke out when I was at Dundregan. I described Glencoe as a barren wilderness, and quite a significant part of the Scottish Tourist Board came down on my head. It's a barren wilderness because there are too many sheep and way too many deer. And it's something that is not working for Scotland. But I think there's one thing, and I was going to mention this in my closing remarks, but I took some photographs today in the hotel where I'm staying. And they're all landscapes of Scotland, and they show no trees. And I think that what's happened over a period of time is that we've grown into a place where we've idealised that landscape. And to us, that is the green and pleasant land, or the purple and pleasant land. And it's in all of those paintings. You can look at Landseer's Monarch of the Glen. There it is standing in a barren wilderness, akin to Glencoe. And that's what's got fixed in the public's mind. So they're happy to drive through those areas, which are denuded of any vegetation, any regeneration of trees, that's for sure, and think that they are beautiful. So I think we're walking, you know, it's not just about removing the deer, it's about changing public perceptions and therefore bringing them on board to motivate those changes. And one of the reasons why we don't have success, I think, at the moment when it comes to reintroduction projects with large predators is we don't have broad public support, and that's what we need to win. Anyway, I've tried to fight around your answer, an answer for you, but the point that you've raised is significant. And I think it's been touched upon today. People did talk about deer stocking numbers. It's certainly something that concerns the John Muir Trust and many others too. So, yeah, we need to do it. We need to get those deer numbers down. There's no question about that. Right. I'm going to pull things to a close, otherwise we will be running over, and people do have trains to get, I'm told, at 5:30. So I'm now going to invite Max Wisniewski, who's been the Revive campaign manager since 2018, to the stage to give us a bit of a sum up as to what's happened before we hear from Lorna, who's very kindly given up some time on her Sunday to come and speak to us.
Hi everyone, thanks Chris very much. Thanks to all of you for sticking around and making such an amazing contribution to the day. I'm going to offer a bit of a reflection on the day and just say some thoughts that have come into my head just during that last session there. Lesley mentioned national anthems and Flower of Scotland came up. There's also a line in Flower of Scotland that's often not sung at Scotland matches, maybe because it's too political, and that line is, "The hills are bare now, and autumn leaves lie thick and still o'er land that is lost now, which was so dearly held." I mean, it is endemic in even our national songs. It's widely known, and I want to touch upon land reform shortly, but there's two aspects to this day that I think have been key and important, and that is, first of all, Grouse Moor Reform Bill, as I'm colloquially calling it. That was the first part of the day, and it was important we addressed that. That's currently going through Parliament now. And the polling that we commissioned, the Diffley Partnership to do, scientific polling, backs, I think, two of the key strands of our argument going forward. So that's the Scottish public, like us, I believe in this hall, overwhelmingly agree that should any wildlife trapping ever take place, if it's ever a good idea, certainly it's not a good idea. There's no justification, and it's unacceptable to trap and kill wildlife when the purpose is increasing grouse numbers for sport. The public back us in this. Moreover, the same with Muirburn. The Scottish public does not believe that increasing grouse numbers for sport shooting is a good enough reason to burn our land. So, on Ian's point earlier on about writing to your MSPs, which I really hope you do to back the bill, I would also like to ask you to add a bit that says, that asks the question, the key questions, do you believe more animals should be killed, so more animals can be shot for sport, and do you believe the land should be burned for that sole purpose as well? So I really hope you can do that if you do write to your MSPs, and please do. Other reflections I would like to add is, a lot of people, it's unclear exactly how much land is managed for grouse shooting in Scotland. A few figures have been bandied about. We know it's a lot, but just one final wee stat for the day, which I thought would be quite fun, is that grouse moor management contributes 0.02% of Scotland's overall economy for all the land it manages, which, if Scotland's economy was the height of Ben Nevis, that grouse shooting's contribution would be the size of a bottle of Iron Brew. Wildlife tourism, shooting animals with cameras rather than guns, contributes over 5 times that amount, so just a bit of reflection there. Well, actually, that was my last statistic. I also have a couple of announcements, since for all of you that are here, on the 5th of December, we are doing an event in the Scottish Parliament's garden lobby for MSPs. We've got, unfortunately, Gillian Martin wasn't able to make it today. The one government minister, another fantastic government minister speaking shortly. But she will be addressing a Revive event in the Scottish Parliament on the 5th of December. If you sign up to the Revive mailing list, if you haven't already, you'll get an invite to that event from me in the coming week, and it's going to go really quickly, so please make sure you get in on that straight away. I've got something a bit more to say about that last session, because I think, where are we going right now, Revive? We've covered the Grouse Moor Reform Bill, and that's Parliament right now. Of course, the Land Reform Bill, as weak as it is, as much strength as it needs to have put into it, is coming up as well. And so, Lesley challenged everyone in this conference about what are we going to do? Do we have the power to actually get organised? I believe it's time to change the balance of power in Scotland. Land reform is at the heart of that notion. And so I'd like to announce that Revive's next conference is going to be about land reform itself, how we do it, how we get there, how we tax these landowners to do the job they should be doing in the first place. And if not, make them sell up to people that can really use the land for the better. So that's the plan. That's what we're going to do. And yes, so Lesley, we are going to take on land reform. We're going to make sure that happens. And I believe it's time to start the biggest land reform campaign that Scotland has ever seen. And that's exactly what Revive is going to focus on doing with our partners in John Muir Trust, everywhere else. I want to finish with just a few words and to say that Scotland is ours. I think it's time we take it back again.
Thank you very much, Max. Now, prior to being elected in 2021, Lorna Slater worked as an engineer and a project manager in the renewable sector. During that time, she worked on the Orbital O2 project, the world's biggest floating tidal turbine. She's been a member of the Scottish Parliament for Lothian since 2021, and she was elected as co-leader of the Scottish Green Party in August 2019. She is, however, here today to speak on behalf of the Scottish Government, and she is Minister for Green Skills, Circular Economy and Biodiversity, so it's very apt that she should speak. We are very grateful that she has given up her time on a Sunday afternoon to come speak to us. And I think it's testament to, our aims, our objectives and our successes and all of your presence that she has chosen to do so. So please give her a very warm welcome. Lorna.
Thank you so much, Chris. As if I'd missed it. Come on, it's brilliant to see so many of you here today. And I do have a beautifully prepared speech, which I will do for you. But before we get into that, I wanted to cover just some of the points that were raised here, because I've got my 2 cents on these as well. Of course, I was delighted to be able to announce the start of work on the carbon land tax at our party conference 2 weeks ago. That is now Scottish Government to pick that up and take that forward. I agree that that's a game changer in terms of not only how taxation looks in Scotland and that conversation around moving away from always just talking about income taxes, taxes on work, to taxes on land and wealth. As well as using taxes to tackle our climate emergency and fund our local government. So very, very happy that that's the case. I think the way to look at what we're looking at in land reform with the carbon land tax, the grouse moor reform, biodiversity strategies, all the things that were coming together is it's no one thing is going to fix the complicated problems, what Lesley Riddoch beautifully described as the source of the accident, the getting to the root of it. But all these things together move us forward, another step on our journey. And we need all of them to make that step on the journey, because what we're dealing with is very complicated problems. I was very interested in the question about deer, because I don't know if any of you watch parliamentary telly, but I've had some energetic sessions on deer very recently, which I encourage you to go back and look for, where opposition party members were thundering at me across the chamber. Why was I picking on the deer? What the cute little deer why could we possibly be coming after the deer? And I didn't say this, and I felt very much like saying this, was that we currently have about 1 million deer in Scotland, but only about 1,500 beavers. And I felt like saying, well, if we had 1,500 deer and 1 million beavers, we'd be having quite a different conversation about that. The story of deer is indeed a bit of a distressing one. Even back in the 1950s, there were too many deer, and so legislation was brought in to try and manage their numbers, which then doubled to 1991, when further legislation was brought in to try and manage their numbers, and then they doubled again to where we are today. So we were legitimately in a situation in the chamber where an opposition party member was saying, why are we picking on the deer, but we are okay with beavers and hares? And it's just the maths of the kind of numbers of deer we're dealing with and the damage that they cause versus species that are being reintroduced or are very few in number was kind of shocking to me that people didn't understand the difference there. So we are starting to do the work on the deer to implement the recommendations of the Independent Deer Working Group, but we took through in Parliament recently some very moderate secondary legislation, which it was a huge issue. There was parliamentary process, there was shouting, there was press coverage, and that was to implement 3 very small bits of moderate legislation over 2 Scottish statutory instruments. We have a challenge ahead of us, and not only is your support and your letter writing and your campaigning helpful when we're looking at grouse moor reform, when we're looking at land reform, your support when we're looking at deer management and the reforms we need to take those forward is also very, very welcome. So I encourage you, please write me angry letters about what you would like me to do on all these matters, because it's genuinely helpful. We read all the correspondence and we respond to it. And it is helpful to know that there are people that care as deeply about these matters as I do. We are all here today because we share a goal, and that goal is to restore our depleted natural environment, to tackle the climate crisis, and to build vibrant and sustainable rural economies. This is what this agenda is about: change for people and for planet. It is an enormous privilege to be the Minister for Biodiversity, and I have in this role made it my mission to restore Scotland's natural environment. And I don't need to tell this audience why that's important, but I will say this. I want to do this because it's the right thing to do, because nature has the right to exist, value for its own sake, not just for what it does do for us. It's our responsibility to learn to live in harmony with nature. The biodiversity crisis affects everyone, just like the climate crisis, and if it is allowed to deepen, these impacts are existential. Nature restoration is vital to our future ability to produce food, to ensuring we have access to clean water, and to protecting our communities, urban and rural, from the worsening impacts of our changing climate. We have a challenge before us. Last month saw the publication of the State of Nature report for 2023. It showed once again that despite our efforts, nature is still in decline and we are at a tipping point. Nature is in decline across the globe, with around 1 million species already facing extinction. This crisis is caused by human activity, pollution, climate change, the intensification of land management, and the destruction of natural habitats. Before I address how we are tackling some of these problems on Scotland's grouse moors, I would like to tell you more about the overall approach we're taking to nature restoration, which I boil down to getting the strategy right and underpinning it with a strong legal framework and investment. Earlier this year, I published Scotland's new biodiversity strategy. It is a cross-government strategy that sets out our vision for 2045 and a high-level goal to be nature positive, halting that loss of nature by 2030 and making significant progress towards restoring nature by 2045. The strategy will be supported by a series of 5-year rolling delivery plans. The first delivery plan, which I'm consulting on right now, please respond to it. All of your responses are valuable, and I really look forward to seeing them. This is one of those great ways where you can push me and my colleagues to do more. This delivery plan includes over 100 ambitious actions, which taken together represent a step change, that step forward to restore our natural environment. Underpinning this strategy is the new Natural Environment Bill. That's where the legislation that's going to be needed will come in. And that bill will set out our framework for statutory targets and new legislation to support the delivery of our commitment to protect 30% of land for nature by 2030. It will strengthen the powers of our national parks and drive a sustainable reduction in deer numbers. It will be the equivalent of the Climate Change Act, but for nature. And then there's the money. Nature restoration requires investment, and one of the first things I did in government was establish the Nature Restoration Fund. The fund is providing at least £65 million of multi-year, multi-partner projects to support starting restoring nature at scale in Scotland. We have already invested over £30 million in projects, and one of the greatest pleasures of this job is seeing the difference that this investment is making on the ground. I'll give you some examples. We've funded montane scrub restoration in the wild heart of southern Scotland, which will see 9,000 montane scrub plants planted across 10 hectares, connecting into lower-level mixed native woodland plantings to create the kind of upland woodland ecosystem that once would have been common in Scotland. We are removing sheep and deer from approximately 300 hectares of the Ben Lawers site of specific scientific interest, introducing targeted cattle grazing with no fence collars to improve the condition of open ground habitats, and integrating this with expanded woodland, scrub, and restored peatland. The fund is supporting long-term nature restoration on a 17-acre hillside site in Highland, Perthshire that will see the natural regeneration of a range of habitats, as well as river restoration projects in the Cairngorm Connects area, allowing partners working collaboratively and collectively to renaturalize rivers. The Nature Restoration Fund is just part of our commitment to invest an additional 500 million in the natural environment and the natural economy during this parliamentary term. And of course, I want to say something about our national parks. It is one of the best parts of my job that I'm responsible for national parks and get to spend so much time in them. Our national parks have an essential role in tackling the twin crises of climate change and nature loss. The Cairngorms National Park and Loch Lomond and the Trossachs are already doing excellent work in this space, restoring the natural environment whilst supporting thriving local economies, creating jobs and opportunities for local businesses and attracting investment. A good example is the Cairngorms Connect, the UK's largest habitat restoration project, which stretches across 60,000 hectares within the Cairngorms National Park. The Cairngorms Connect partnership employs over 60 members of staff and has generated almost £4 million of investment, the majority of which has been spent within 50 miles of the project area. Our parks are proud of their work and ambitious to do more. Both parks have recently published new strategies, and they clearly demonstrate that they are stepping up their work to restore nature and lead the way in collaborative, landscape-scale restoration. As I said, the Natural Environment Bill will do more to support their work, and I am very excited to be working on adding to our national park family. You will know by now, I hope, that we have committed to the designation of at least one new national park in Scotland by 2026, and last month, I opened the nomination process for new parks. All areas of Scotland are eligible to submit proposals, and I am really excited that we have already had so many expressions of interest, from Skye to the Tay Forest just down the road from here to Galloway. If you're not already involved, please do get involved. These are all local community initiatives, and your volunteering support would help them greatly in their application process. Back to the grouse moors then. Now, you all know that one of the outcomes we are aiming to achieve as part of the biodiversity strategy in 2045 is management of deer ranges, grouse moors, and upland agriculture. We aim for that to be contributing to the regeneration of biodiversity in upland areas by 2045. Here, at the conference of the Coalition for Grouse Moor Reform, I know that I am talking to a well-versed audience when setting out how some grouse moor management practices can be damaging to our environment. I'm sure that most of you will know that we aren't just talking about our ambitions in this area, we are legislating with the new bill. The Wildlife Management and Muirburn Bill introduces a licensing scheme for the taking of grouse and tightening restrictions on Muirburn, including a ban on Muirburn on peatland unless under license. The provisions of the bill provide for practical, proportionate, and targeted licensing regimes, which will support those carrying out activities appropriately and in line with the law, and will have serious consequences for those who don't. The primary driver for this bill has been to tackle the ongoing issue of wildlife crime on and around grouse moors. Selfish, cruel, and barbaric killing of raptor species to protect narrow private interests. The licensing scheme we are putting in place will mean that there is a serious and meaningful sanction for that sort of crime, where there is evidence, on the balance of probabilities, that it was carried out by a person in connection with the management of the grouse moor. Following on from the discussion we had in the previous Q&A session, this is where we all want to get to, that there are meaningful consequences for raptor persecution. For those, and they are a minority, who have viewed raptor killing as part of their business model, the threat to being put out of business for a period of time or permanently will force them to think again about the balance of risks involved. This cannot be business as usual if you might lose your business license for raptor persecution. We have taken the opportunity at the same time to develop and put into place a code of practice for grouse moor management, to start the move toward a more sustainable approach for this type of land management. As discussed in the previous Q&A, this is a journey that we are on, and no one single piece of legislation, be it the grouse moor bill, the natural environment bill, or the land reform, or any of the others, are by themselves a solution. All of these things need to happen together. This code of practice will have weight. Nature Scot will take into account compliance when considering applications for licenses. We're also taking steps to ensure that muir burn cannot be allowed to damage sensitive and fragile habitats. The licensing scheme will give more teeth to the muir burn code and will greatly limit the circumstances in which muir burn can be carried out on the peatland, which is so important for us to meet our climate targets. This bill is also the vehicle to take forward our plans to give SSPCA inspectors additional powers to tackle wildlife crime. This will further help to ensure that wildlife criminals are brought to justice. And I can't mention the muir burn and wildlife bill without highlighting the positive news this week where the Minister for Energy and the Environment, Gillian Martin, announced a complete ban on snaring. I'm sure many of you here today appreciate the indiscriminate nature of snares and the welfare impact they can have on both target and non-target species in Scotland. By banning snaring, we have continued to meet our commitments to uphold the highest standards of animal welfare, in line with other countries, including Wales. With regards to other forms of traps, we are proposing to ensure that where traps are used, they are done so correctly, by bringing in training and capability requirements, as well as the licensing scheme. The Scottish Government is listening carefully to the ways in which the Scottish Parliament view the bill and is always listening to the views of stakeholders and the public to how they think the bill can be improved. That's you. So if you have views, as Chris and others have said today, speak up. Write me angry letters. It's genuinely helpful. The twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss are linked, and we must tackle them together. Restoring nature will reduce carbon emissions, and tackling the climate crisis is essential if we are to prevent extinctions and increase our biodiversity. We must be net zero and nature positive. Saving the planet is not optional. We have to live here too. All of the things I mentioned here today will help us do just these things, and I am thrilled to have your support for moving this agenda forward. I am grateful for your work and how we can work together to build our country's journey to a future where people and nature thrive together. And I look forward to continuing to champion change in my role as Minister for Biodiversity. Thank you.
Right, so thank you very much for coming. You've got some work to do. Each one of us is going to write Lorna a very angry letter. It's going to be quite a big post bag. Joking aside, Ian and Lorna have both put the ball back in our courts, and why shouldn't they? That bill is not yet through. It will face opposition from powerful vested interests, and we know how it works. We have voices. We still have a vestige of democracy which allows us to exercise them, and that voice can be exercised by you writing to your MSPs to make sure that that goes through, just as Max has intimated, so please do that. There's another consultation which closes on December the 14th for the strategic framework for biodiversity in Scotland. Again, if you feel compelled, if you feel that you have an interest in that framework to protect the biodiversity of this country, and there's not a single person here who doesn't, then please reply to that consultation. That's how the system works. Can I ask you to put your hands together for a brief round of applause for the organisers for today's events? Max has been outstanding, so let's just have a whistle for them. At the outset, I talked about the fundamental reasons why we had given up our time and energies to come today. And one of those, I think, we have to accept, amongst at least some of us, is anger and frustration. We want the change that we're asking for as rapidly as possible. The gentleman at the front asked why we were tolerating licensing of grouse moors and not asking for an outright ban. both Ruth and I tried to answer that. I think that what we have to accept is that we need a just transition in any form of reform. And that means that we have to exercise our patience, because not everyone is going to start on that journey at the same time, at the same speed. So we have to be patient with those people. That's the key ingredient. We have to be patient. And in order to manifest that patience and make it count, we need another key ingredient in that transition from this place to a better place. And it's something that all of us need to manifest and keep at the forefront of our minds. And that is kindness. If we implement kindness, if we are right and we use all of our science and all of our foundation and all of the truths, those truths and science that you've heard today, if we party that with kindness to effect that just transition, then I think we'll achieve it far more easily. Thank you very much for coming. Have a safe journey home. See you again next time. Thank you.